Sure, sure. Okay. So in the meantime, I would suggest to maybe just go through the questions, just have some brief idea. Maybe if you can just structure your answers, fine. Try to frame your, let's say, rough structure. Try to think about what can you be introducing here. Fine. Hope. Yeah. Is it visible? Or you guys, if you have the question paper with you. So we'll talk about the question number 5, or this, I guess in the paper it is question number 18. Yeah, question number 18, 15 marker. So in the meantime, just go through the questions, you'll be more familiar, so that you can follow it better, right? Done? Ready? Okay, thanks. So I guess we are live. So good morning, guys. So considering that we are, let's say, to cover 3 more questions, let's continue further the discussion on society questions from GS paper 1 of mains 2024, right? So let's go to the 18th question here, wherein the question was, you can say based upon the essential concept of affirmative action. The question goes like, despite the various policies for equity and justice, the underprivileged sections are not yet getting the full benefits of affirmative action. So the key concept here is affirmative action envisaged by the Constitution. Comment, clear? There's one large statement, fine. So here, as we understood yesterday, as we discussed previously also, our attempt should be to break it down, to break down the question into answerable parts, to break down the question into approachable parts, clear? So here in the introduction, how do you introduce here? This can be, let's say, how can be the introduction, let's say, be framed here? Maybe we can talk about, let's say, the goals of justice, equity, can say, are primary for nation, or can say they are one of the most primary constitutional goals, fine, and also the objectives of national development as such in general, fine. So just essentially touch upon the need for, can say effective socio-economic policies, fine, or can say the need for ensuring social justice. Or if you have any specific data, if you have any data points or statistics which touch upon the marginalization, which probably can talk about, let's say, any caste-based marginalization, religious marginalization, we can also use certain facts, or can say kind of a statistical approach to open up the answer here. Clear? So further, let's go to the main body. Even before, let's say, if we let's say there's one last statement. In such statements, what you have to do is you have to look for certain parts to be addressed within the last statement itself. The statements are actually explanatory in a way. You have to pick up the answerable parts. Fine. So the first part to be addressed briefly is your comprehensive policies. Fine. Okay. Even before we go further, what do you mean by affirmative action? Affirmative action. Even before we go to policies, we have to touch upon maybe in your definition. Sorry, let's say in your introduction, you can also give the definition of affirmative action policy, or what exactly is affirmative action. Clear? So what do you understand by this? What is affirmative action? It's essentially a set of policies or approach wherein certain positive measures, certain positive supportive measures, certain enabling measures are given to backward marginalized groups to uplift them. Fine. There's nothing but you can say approach which largely focuses on enabling equity among the diverse marginalized groups. Clear? Hope you will be able to explain this. Fine. This could be another way, can say, to open up your answer through introduction. And let's start with the major parts. Before we go about to discuss the comprehensive policies, do you need there is any other, or do you think there is any other need for here, any other? I think we discussed in the last session about asked dimension, unasked dimension. Is there anything unasked, but and you feel that there is a better, can say, a context to give that, or by giving that it will give a comprehensive, touch to the answer. It will make it more comprehensive. Fine. That could be briefly, just very briefly. So we can use like a schematic, any schematic, fine. We can use like a hub and spoke diagram or even a flow chart, any kind of schematic approach to explain about the need for affirmative policies in India. Why do we have to go for affirmative policy action, or why did the Indian state take up affirmative steps? Fine. Why did the Indian state go for affirmative policies? Just briefly try to describe some 3 to 4 key dimensions. Don't elaborate too much about this, just be brief and precise. So they could be, first and foremost, you can talk about the historical discrimination, the historical injustice met to several sections on various bases. Can be on the basis of caste, gender, etc. Religious, can say some of the religious minorities who haven't probably received, can say, the benefits of development as such, clear? Who haven't, especially in the context of, can say, caste-based marginalization, can give as examples, right? Apart from this, you can also give, can say, other dimensional aspects like why do we have to go for affirmative action? Again, you can talk about the socioeconomic justice aspect ensuring socioeconomic justice, or you can also talk about the idea of inclusive growth, fine, idea of inclusive growth. See here, and you can also talk about constitutional objectives, fine, briefly can mention as constitutional goals, fine, or you can say the need is to realize not only political democracy, you also need to have a socio-economic democracy as Ambedkar believes. Just mere political democracy is not enough, is incomplete. You also need to have a comprehensive approach of, you can say, ensuring democratic freedoms for people, fine. So as part of it, you can also talk about promoting socio-economic democracy for the marginalized, fine. See, one more thing actually, I think if you have done your ethics, you must be aware of a major contemporary thinker called John Rawls. John Rawls must be known to you, John Rawls. So John Rawls talks about the idea of differential justice. Okay. John Rawls, American can say thinker, he talks about the concept of differential justice. He also talks about justice as fairness, fine. You can also bring his ideas in your answer briefly. See, one thing I think people ask, or can say aspirants have in mind as a doubt is, can we use any thinkers? Let's say there are students who have probably options like PSIR, sociology, etc., PubAd. So they'll be having a lot of can say theoretical ideas in mind. They must have studied through various socio-political theories, etc., economic theories. So they can also be used. So sometimes there used to be a understanding previously that we should not use optional ideas in GS. I don't particularly can say support this argument. I would say you can still bring, given the the extreme amount of competition which we face today, you can still use your knowledge ideas, content ideas. But what you have to do here is the presentation should be very lucid. You should be keeping it very simple, lucid, very easily conveying to the reader. The reader should not be confused. You should not make the reader think even for extra second what is it about. It should be very smoothly flowing. The explanation which you, the ideas which you bring from any theoretical background should be very well conveyed, very smoothly and lucidly conveyed. If that is the case, you can still use the ideas. Clear? In these genres, for example, in the last session, we have seen the question on gender equity, gender equality. They can bring in some feminist scholars, fine, feminist scholars, Sylvia Walby, Anne Oakley, etc. You can also Judith, you can say Brown. There are some scholars who can be used in the answers too, but in a very contextual manner, in a relevant manner, in a lucid manner. Clear? And further, okay, we understood the need for affirmative action. Then let's say briefly, we can touch upon, briefly mention some of the comprehensive policies, the various policies taken up so far. So to make it comprehensive, touch upon all the dimensions broadly, can touch upon some of the constitutional provisions, talking about provisions from Article 14, 15, 16, 17 and several others, 335, 340, some of the provisions you can briefly mention here, fine. And further, you can also talk about several institutions created, several institutions like National Commission for Women, NHRC, can talk about NCST, NCBC, NCSC, fine. Mention some institutions which were created for ensuring social justice, fine, for promoting socio-economic equity among people, clear? And then briefly also talk about some laws or some legal provisions, some legal provisions in the same regard, fine. You can talk about the Manual Scavenging Prohibition Act, etc. Some couple of 2-3 acts you can say, mention here Protection of Civil Rights Acts before, SCST can say Atrocities Prohibition Act, clear? And further, you can also mention briefly about some schemes, some welfare policies of the government, some flagship welfare schemes you can mention here, like MG Narega, etc. Some scholarship schemes, fine. The aged pension schemes, fine. Indira Gandhi, there's a old age pension scheme, etc. Just some couple of them to have this socio-economic impact, which have a socio-economic equity impact, right? So after you present this, so the next dimension would be, so what is the next part of the question asked from us? So despite implementation of all these, despite having them in picture, having them in place, why are we still not able to? Why are we not getting the full benefits? Why are we not getting the full benefits? Fine. So why aren't the real benefits are reaching? Fine, not getting full benefits. Why? Right. So what could be the approach here? You can go in a linear way also to bring in various set of points together, or I would suggest you one approach here which can also bring you clarity in terms of your point generation, dimensional generation. Take a stakeholder approach. I hope you know who are stakeholders. who have some interest in this context. Fine, I think you must have practiced in your ethics classes, ethics case studies, stakeholders, identifying stakeholders. So in this whole context of socio-economic justice and affirmative action policy, who are the stakeholders? Broadly, if you talk about, there are two major, can say stakeholders, two major governmental, government on one side, can say public, or can say the citizens on other side. Clear? This can be the two major stakeholders. From each perspective, okay, so from each side, from government side, from public side, talk about why it has failed. Okay, so why we are not able to generate enough results. Why are the results failing? I think from government side, you'll be having several several arguments, several ideas. Fine. Why the government is not able to provide enough. We can say boost to this sense of achieving equity. Clear? I think here also can use some of the can say theoretical ideas. For example, you must have heard of this soft power idea of Gunnar Myrdal. Fine. He considers Indian state to be a soft state. Means it's not a very effective state which can deliver its objectives, which can realize its objectives effectively. Clear? Because it is corrupt, there is red tapeism, there is lack of transparency. Fine. It's a soft state, which soft state means the state capacity is weaker. The capacity of state to implement its intended policies is not so strong. Clear? So you can also briefly mention this soft state, or basically the lack of enough state capacity, lack of state capacity or weaker capacity. You can talk about lack of weaker political will, weaker bureaucratic will. Clear? Or bureaucratic apathy. You can talk about bureaucratic apathy. Clear? In terms of leading to the failure of these objectives. Clear? Any other aspects you can talk about from governance perspective, from the side of government? You can also talk about the problems in this welfare scheme formulation and implementation. For example, the problems would be in terms of targeting beneficiaries. There could be wrong targeting of beneficiaries. In terms of identifying beneficiaries, there can be problems. We call them as inclusion exclusion errors. Inclusion exclusion errors means some people who don't deserve may be getting benefits. Some people who deserve may not be, the benefits may not be reaching them. This is called as exclusion error, exclusion mistake. Inclusion mistake is, or inclusion error is, where people who don't deserve but still are getting the benefits. Fine, that is the idea. So wherein you can say these ideas of the schemes implementation, their challenges also can be briefly mentioned in terms of wrong targeting, inclusion exclusion errors. Clear? Apart from this, any other ideas we can bring in from the government side? Okay, he's saying poor accountability. Okay, fine, poor accountability, and also maybe the weaker action, or weaker pressure put by the civil society. Civil society is not putting enough pressure. Civil society is not making the government accountable enough. Fine, to demand the required measures. Clear? So this could be, I think, sufficient. These 5-6 points you can justify with examples from the government side. Then you shift to the here we have a lot of dimensions to unfold. From the from the citizens, from the public side, what are the problems? What is preventing here? Fine. So before, apart from the generic ones, I'll just touch upon some major, let's say some more social, dimensions here. So first and foremost, how do we understand affirmative action policy in India? Like what is the major way, major path, or major tool of affirmation in India, affirmative action in India? Reservation system, reservations. And here, let's say when I talk about reservations, are they being implemented, or is the working very effective? Yeah. Is the working effective, or are there any problems with it? Or when I talk about when you look into the way the reservation system is getting, executed and implemented, fine. Are there any challenges within it? Are there any limitations of it? Fine. Especially when talk about these communities which are reserved, let's say the SCs, STs, OBCs, fine. So from their end, what you have is in the context of distribution of the benefits, distribution of reservation benefits, it's not being equal. It's not being equal. So here we talk about idea called as elite capture, elite capture, or elite concentration of benefits, or some elite sections. I hope you understand what is elite. What is elite? Some privileged people, privileged. So even among the SCs also, among the STs also, among the OBCs also, there are some groups of people, some certain subsections, subgroups who are already well off, who have a effective socio-economic educational background, clear, who are probably better off than many others from the same community. Fine. So within these reserved groups, there are some elites also. There are some reserved elites, clear, within these sections. So what happens is, or what is observed is, most of the benefits, most of the reservation benefits are taken over by these Elite, that's why I said elite capture means capturing benefits. Majority of the benefits are going into their hands. Clear? Especially you must have heard of this commission recently appointed, which has also given a report on this OBC categorization, OBC subcategorization. You must be aware of this Justice Rohini Commission, right? Justice Rohini Commission. Even the commission observed that hardly very few handful of OBC castes are taking almost 1 to 2% of OBC communities. Few castes out of all OBCs, out of the hundreds of OBC communities, few, particularly 20-25 of them, they are capturing almost half the benefits. Almost half the reservation benefits are going to these few communities itself. Clear? So what you understand is there is no proper redistribution, proper you can say equity among these communities itself. Clear? That has to be addressed. Clear? What the idea? And you can also talk about, the idea of, you can say, what is also hampering, let's say, the broader realization of equity in India is the patriarchal subjugation. Fine, the patriarchal subjugation within our society is largely, you can say, another, you can say, factor which is preventing the reach of, you can say, preventing the effective reach of benefits to women sections. Clear? They're not, you can say, capable. They're not being given, you can say, enough capacities to take advantage of this. Clear? What's a brief idea? Yeah. Any other aspects you can talk about? And it's also observed that as per various studies, even after giving reservations, especially the SCs and STs, they're not well represented in some of the top positions, or can say especially the group A, group B positions. Still, we have the representation a bit below than their expected representation. For example, if SCs are supposed to be 15%, STs are supposed to be about 7.5% in the jobs and education, you can say, context, they are a bit underrepresented. Clear? They're not having proper representation. Why so? Again, the lack of, you can say, lack of human capital among them. So one thing you can talk about is lack of human capital. Lack of human capital. Fine. You can actually link this to the elite capture too. See, among the SCs, STs, among the reserved communities also, there might be some groups or families who probably have, you can say, generational learning. Means they might have been people who got educated since generations, who probably have some you can say, government jobs even before. Clear? Who might have some, you can say, mobility, have some, you can say, better educational health access. Fine. So those people with some, can say human capital formation, who already have a sense of, you can say, human capital within them, they'll be at advantage to take the benefits of reservation. You got the idea? And there might be some families, some groups where there won't be even a first generation learner, means no generation so far has got education. Fine. And this generation will be the first generation to enter school. So here they'll be having a lot of, you can say, handicaps or challenges to, can say, progress further. Fine. Take up advantages and benefits and to kind of, you can say, compete with the other groups on equal standing. Clear? What's a brief idea? Right? Any other things you can mention here from the public side? And also can talk about lack of awareness. There's always something which you understand classically, you can say awareness deficit. Fine. Several groups that they can say they're not completely aware of the kind of, can say, reservation benefits, or the kind of, can say, various, can say, social welfare scheme benefits which the government is offering them. Like with the lack of awareness, they're not even able to take effective benefit of them. Clear? They're not able to, can say, demand or, can say, take the benefit of them effectively. Clear? What's a brief idea? So how do you address this phenomenon, or can say, how do you address this scenario? How do you address this challenging scenario here? What can be the way forward? So what would you suggest as way forward? Yeah, what could be the way forward here? So way forward, you can mention about, let's say, what you understand as challenges so far. So try to prescribe some solutions, like how doctor prescribes, or doctor can say identifies the problems, gives some specific, can say, answer solution. Similarly, we understood various challenges. Take some of them and try to prescribe some, can say, answers. So can say some solutions, some remedies. Clear? So one thing could be, as we discuss about elite capture and these ideas, one major recommendation could be subcategorization, promoting subcategorization. You can say to make, can say, the reservation benefits reach more equitably to the sections. So we can talk about the idea of subcategorization, and also maybe talk about the idea of introducing creamy layer provision within these, can say, within this reservation. But you have to use it, present it very carefully. It's a bit politically sensitive, can say, thing here. You have to say maybe based on the recommendations of some expert committees, give some, can say, take some supportive basis and try to put forward your arguments. Fine. Apart from this, you can also talk about strengthening the state capacity. What you're seeing from the government side is state is not having enough capacity. So what you have to talk about is strengthening state's capacity. Fine. Capacity building of state agencies, state instruments. Fine. For example, you can talk about example, you can give Mission Karma Yogi. It talks about improving the capacity of state, fine, etc. You can take also other examples. Clear? Any other way forward? on more or less the same lines, or also you can say various policies to promote inclusive growth, focused policies, fine, inclusive growth, sustainable growth policies should be taken up effectively. Clear? And conclusion also on similar lines, you can say, how would you conclude? You can say inclusive India, fine, inclusive India, or I can say equitable India would be, much more, you can say a stronger way to achieve the goals of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or to emerge as a much more stronger society. We need to ensure the idea of inclusivity. Fine. We can say affirmative policy action should be taken up in a much more effective and efficient way to ensure its equitable outcomes. Clear? To realize its real spirit, right? So well, let's take up the next question in this context. I hope the question is well understood. You understood the overall approaches, ideas which can be brought in here. So next, talking about globalization. Globalization has increased urban migration by skilled young unmarried women from various classes. How has this trend impacted upon their personal freedom and the relations with family? Clear? So that more or less you can say a question expected from the syllabus. Yeah, every year we do have certain questions coming from globalization concept. Every year there's a certain question must and should be coming from this area, the part of the syllabus. But here what you understand is the question was made much more specific. They didn't just directly ask the impact of globalization upon women directly. They also made it a bit more specific. Skilled, young, unmarried. It's made very much contextual. You have to focus on this. If you ignore, what usually happens is we'll see globalization, we'll see women, we'll just jump to write the answer. We'll just jump to generating points, you can say addressing the answer as such, fine. But we won't give enough focus over these certain keywords. So this is very important to understand, or to make your points, whatever bring in the arguments, make it more contextual according to them. Skilled, young, unmarried women. I think most of you here also are skilled, young, unmarried women. So you can also relate to your, or you can relate to your peers or yourself, and also maybe find this useful to generate points. Clear? So that's how you can say in society, especially, can you also use the common sense, but try to frame it in give it a more objective touch. Translate it in a sociological way and present the points. Clear? So well, what could be the points here, or what could be the dimensions here? Introduction could be briefly about the idea of globalization. Briefly, you can describe it in your own way. Clear? Then starting with the first part. Even before we go to the main parts, there are two main parts here. That is the impact upon personal freedom of women and impact upon the family relationships. Two major parts. Even before we go to the major parts, there is one unasked part if you want to address here, if you can identify here what that could be. You can talk about how globalization has led to migration of women, how globalization led to migration, how migration has been a result of how these young unmarried skilled women, they moved to, or why they moved to the urban centers, why they moved to urban locations. Clear? So briefly touch upon, as I said, don't elaborate here. Briefly take a schematic, or a very brief pointer format and try to explain this phenomena. So why these women had to, we'll say, shift to the cities, why migration happened, why urban migration of them. Yeah. Opportunities, in search of opportunities, you can call them as life chances. You can broadly call them as life chances. Fine, better life chances. Fine, and maybe you can also talk about some of the challenges, discrimination they face within the local, within the rural context, within the villages. So these are push. I hope you know about this concept of push factor, pull factor. You can't you can't be having the scope to entirely bring it. Just briefly, you can't go about elaborating too much on that. You can keep it brief. You can combine both the factors, push factors as well as pull factor. Or if you want, you can also segregate them separately. But keep it very brief. Whatever you do, keep it very brief, because it's not a very directly asked dimension. Fine. We're just giving it to form a strong background to the answer. Clear? Better life chances, or you can also talk about, you can say, the aspect of economic mobility. Economic mobility means with expansion of industries in various parts, with creation of opportunities in various parts. So there has been a movement for economic opportunities. People are moving to various parts. Fine. Various, you can say, various parts of the world, various parts of the country as such. Clear? There is a large scale movement. Clear? What the idea? And maybe we can also talk about the rise of service sector industry in the urban centers, which is also attracting this young skilled women from various parts of, they can say the regions or country as such. Clear? So just talk about certain 3 to 4 major dimensions in this regard. Clear? And then you address the next, you can say the major part of the question, the major, you can say, demand, impact on personal freedom. How is it impacting personal freedom of this young unmarried skilled women? Be very contextual. Young unmarried skilled women, how their personal freedoms are being affected. How are they affected? Personal freedoms, what does, you can come to your mind and talk about this personal freedom? Good. Okay. Yesterday, I think yesterday we discussed about the idea of anonymity. I think, in fact, I had this in mind also, as we'll be touching upon this. It will be clear for you. So whenever you talk about urban centers as such, you can say urbanization or urbanism as an idea. Fine. In the urban context, we can say any individual agent, they have this, they have the scope of, taking up anonymous existence. Clear? They're anonymous. No one knows about their identity, who they are, where they are from, what is their caste, what is their faith, what is their identity, what is their sexuality. No one is aware of, or can say no one is probably can say is kind of questioning you as such. Fine. Your identities get invisible. Clear? So this gives them freedom. This gives them liberation. Fine. What's the brief idea? So let's talk about, you can talk about personal freedom at various levels, starting with individual decision making aspects. You can talk about individual autonomy. You can talk about individual autonomy. So individual autonomy, it kind of helps them. So it helps them in terms of having. See, before we go ahead, I'll just mention one more aspect about the concept here. Young woman, this young unmarried woman as such, in the traditional patriarchal setup of India, traditional patriarchal context of India, in any family, the young unmarried woman would be the least powerful agent, would be the weakest element in the family. What the idea? The most powerful would be the aged, the eldest male. The eldest male within the family would be the person holding the greatest amount of power in terms of decision making. You can say in terms of financial decisions, in terms of bargaining power, in terms of any critical decisions. The greatest amount of power would be held in the hands of the eldest male, whereas the youngest woman would be the weakest link. The one with the least amount of power, least amount of status within family. Fine. But are things changing now? Are things changing in a specific way? Fine. We're experiencing change because of the impact of globalization. Fine. You can also bring all these, specific relevant dimensions. Fine. Apart from individual autonomy, you can also talk about. So individual autonomy gives you, a greater sense of bargaining power, or decision making power, decision making ability. Right. You can also make your financial choices, financial decisions. Fine. Decisions about savings, decisions about where to invest. Fine. And apart from this, very important for individual when it comes to the personal freedoms is the idea of lifestyle choices too. Lifestyle choices, what they want to eat, what they want to wear, the food habits, the dressing habits. They also have a specific a great amount of freedom here. You understand, right? When you talk about cities, urban women, they they have more liberty, they have more freedoms to choose what they want to take up, what they want to have as their lifestyle. Clear? Apart from this, any other aspects you can talk about? You can also talk about the choice to choose their marriage, marital partner. Fine. After once they want to change the status from unmarried to a married skilled woman in the cities, it also becomes very much kind of enabling for them to choose their marriage partners. I think yesterday we discussed about the intercaste marriages rising, having a more significant presence within the urban centers in the cities as such. Fine. So this can also be used as a dimension here to talk about the choice of partner. Or they can also they also enjoy a greater sense of freedom in terms of choosing whom they want to marry. Fine. Whom they want to marry, how they want to marry also. For example, you can also mention the aspects of homosexual relationships, etc. in this context, which are more visible in the urban context. You can also talk about live-in relationships also, the phenomenon of live-in relationships, cohabitation, homosexual, homosexual couples, etc., homosexual marriages. We don't still have a legal basis for homosexual marriages, but you can say homosexual relationships being witnessed in the urban context. So these women these young urban women, they have a scope for deciding based on their sexuality, they can choose their own freedom. Clear? What the idea? Got a brief idea of what the various relevant aspects from the dimension of personal freedoms. Clear? So let's talk about the second dimension about the family relations. The family relationships, how are they altering? How they get altered? How are they altered under the impact of globalization? Clear? So how are the family relations going to alter? How are they going to change here? How they have changed here? Oh, good, fine. Nuclearization, right? Nuclearization comes into picture after marriage, or or maybe what we can say is in this context, separation and distancing. So the members are getting separated and distanced from the family. As we discussed about mobility, because of the various opportunities, they move out. Fine. So you can say that the families are separated, the members are distributed across various regions. Fine. So if they get married, if they form a new family, can say new family setup, it can also lead to nuclearization, or we can also mention the probability of nuclearization becomes much higher. Fine, nuclearization tendency would be higher here. Clear? Apart from this, we also talk about the family power dynamics. The family power dynamics, I think I just gave you a brief idea before, right? Within family, usually, traditionally, the eldest male used to hold the highest amount of power, but the power is also gradually changing to other hands, or can say briefly, with the young skilled women. So these young skilled women, they get, let's say in cities, they find, you can say, much better opportunities. They're placed in, you can say, one of the top MNCs and good, you can say, in good economic, you can say, avenues, fine. So they'll be able to make a significant amount of, you can say, let's say incomes they have, can say economic, can say independence, financial independence. So with this financial independence comes their own decision making power. Or what you also say is, with decision making power, they also have sense of, you can say, they also gain more power within the family's decision making. When the family sits together to make any major decisions, they'll have a, can say, greater weightage now. They'll be taken more seriously. They can't be ignored, because they might also be contributing to the overall family savings, family expenditure now. So they'll also be having their share. What the idea? So here you can talk about, you can say, change in family power dynamics, or you can say, in a way, the family power equation is becoming more democratic in a way. It's getting democratized. Not only the male or eldest male will have decisions, even the other, let's say if there are few young women, if there are a couple of young women in the family, even they can also have their voice, they can also have their say. Clear? So there is more, can say, a transformation towards, or these women are making family power equations more democratic in nature, more equal in nature, more gender equal in a way. Clear? What's a brief idea? Right? And even within that, you can also talk about within, let's say, after marriage, post marriage, even when these women they enter into marriages later, fine, post marriage you can say. So they also form families. They also form families which are understood as symmetrical families. Symmetrical means equal. So these young skilled women, they won't compromise. They won't kind of, can say, they won't compromise on the aspects of, can say, gender equity or gender equality, you can say. So they will always, you can say, try to assert their autonomy, independence, fine. So where, let's say, they'll try to make the family relations more equal, more symmetrical. Clear? And apart from this, we can also talk about their marriage decisions. So one thing which in families, what happens if you have a young unmarried woman is, the families try to pressurize them to get married as soon as possible. They'll keep pushing them to get married. So here, these skilled women, the young skilled women with this, can say, some particular, can say, economic independence, will they be coming under the pressure of the family as such very easily? They can, at least they'll have a kind of, a capacity to kind of resist. They have a kind of, scope to withhold. So what usually happens is, their marriage decisions are now in their hands. They'll take them into their hands. They will decide when to get married, whom to marry, fine. So how to marry will be decided by them. So what we also say is, they gradually delay their marriages. So marriage delays, or we call them as delayed marriages, are also phenomena, upcoming social phenomena which we see among these set of women. Clear? So delayed marriages, or sometimes you can say no marriage at all, fine, not entering marriage at all, or you can say by their own personal choice, fine, as personal choice is given more importance now. Or can also call, for example, this choice-based marriages, love marriages, the incidence also increases. There's a scope for, you can also use the ideas from other parts of the question paper, intercaste marriages. There will be a greater scope for intercaste, interreligious marriages also in this context. Clear? Sometimes actually you should also take some ideas and key things from the other questions, if you can be use, can also say use as dimensions in the rest of the questions. Clear? So got a brief idea about this, right? So hope you'll be able to justify them effectively. And what kind of conclusion you'll try to give here? What kind of conclusion would you bring? Yeah. So we'll talk about the last question before we go ahead. What kind of conclusion would be fitting? Yeah, right. Empowerment of women. Okay, fine. So basically, you can say that with the impact of globalization, we're seeing, you can say, several changes in the forms, in the shape, content of our institutions, family institution, or the family dynamics is changing. Fine. So we see, more, democratization. We see, a spread of, more liberal attitudes within these spaces. Fine, within this social context, things are becoming more liberal, open, and democratic in nature. Clear? You can say this, right? And the last question, in the context of, cultural diversities. The question is talking about cultural diversities and socio-economic marginalities. Clear? Socio-economic marginalities, how they are linked to cultural diversity. So we had to analyze the proposition. Proposition means, what is proposition? Idea, the statement or idea, that there's a high correlation. The question says there's a high linkage. Correlation means linkage. High linkage between the cultural diversities and marginalization, economic, social marginalization. So are they interlinked? I think yesterday we have also looked at similar question, right? And we have another question similar to some extent, fine. I mean, of similar nature. For example, we discussed about diversity leading to disparity. Diversities and the link with the disparities we discussed. More or less similar idea can be used, a similar concept can be used here. How, you can say, how this, let's say, how this cultural diversity can be a source for marginalities. What is marginality? What is marginality or marginalization? We say marginal communities, who are they? What is this about? Yeah, included into the mainstream. So, I can say basically marginal are those who are not in the mainstream. Marginal are those sections of people who are kept out, fine, who are, let's say, who are seen as insignificant, not important. We call them as backward, vulnerable, can say in various ways, or can say disadvantaged groups, fine. Most of these minority sections, you can say these are these backward communities, they can be understood as marginalized communities as such. Is their marginalization coming from diversity? Is diversity the reason? Is diversity the reason? See, in this question, I'll tell you the structure. After introduction, in the main body, I have to bring in two dimensions here. The first dimension to talk about how diversity is leading to marginalization. How diversity leads to marginalization. Diversity leading to marginalization would be a first major argument. The second major dimension of argumentation is how diversity not necessarily lead to marginalization. Diversities don't always lead to marginalization. Diversities also have their advantages. Fine. I've heard about concept like functions, dysfunctions. You know, function means something which brings advantage. Dysfunction means opposite, which creates disadvantage. So cultural diversity can be acting in both ways. It can give you functions, means some positive outcomes. It can also give you dysfunctions, some negative outcomes, some can say some challenging outcomes. Clear? So you have to argue both ways. How cultural diversity is leading to, means you have to justify and also look at the alternative side or the counter side. How cultural diversities have led to marginalities. Fine. How cultural diversity, okay, has led to marginalities here. Yeah, how this link can be explained here. Even before you address this part, like we are discussing about this unasked parts, unasked dimension. So here we have another unasked dimension before you address the main part. That is, briefly give a picture of, or can say give a diversity profile of India. Give a cultural diversity profile of India. Hope you understand what I'm saying. Give a brief cultural diversity profile of India. Give a brief can say picture of, can say, the multilinguality, multi-ethnicity, multiracial. Fine, this can say this this kind of, can say a brief picture of, can say, the cultural diversity. Fine, briefly state them with some factual, can say with some databases as such. Clear? So then let's talk about the key dimension here. How this linkage can be explained. So you can actually generate answers from your previous part itself, from the profile, multilinguistic, multiracial, multi-ethnic. Fine. Numerous caste groups coexisting. Do you find answers in this profile itself and this diversity profile itself? Fine. So what you see is, you can say a sense of with multiple religious groups, you can say coexisting. The problems of coexistence, or can say the imbalance within the coexistence within them, is leading to rise of communalism. Fine. Religious inequalities, religious hostilities, religious discrimination. Fine. Or you can say sense of, you can say rise of communal tendencies between the groups. So cultural diversity is creating, giving a scope for more, you can say scope for rise of communalism. Fine. Cultural diversity is giving a scope for rise of communalism, you can say. Similarly, you can talk about the linguistic challenges with multiple languages. What's the major problem? You don't firstly understand other languages. Okay, so in terms of understanding, appreciating other languages, the communication, the kind of, can say the connection between the different groups becomes a barrier, a problem. Language can be a bridge also. At times it connects people, can also create barriers between people. Fine. When you don't have this understanding or the appreciation of other languages. Fine. So that can also be one way to talk about. And also the divide, the linguistic divide at times. At times you can say how this can say these regional movements, they rise because of linguistic demands or can say linguistic discrimination. For example, in Tamil Nadu, we have seen, in post-independent India, we have seen this Hindi versus Tamil issue. Fine. Hindi versus Tamil issue, they were fighting against Hindi imposition. Clear? Again, leading to a sense of, you can say, social instability and also certain groups getting marginalized. Fine. Got some brief idea, right? And further, any other aspects we talk about? Another, we have this classical dimension always, the caste discrimination. Fine. Multiple castes coexisting, but there is absence of, you can say, equality between them. Fine. There is no sense of equality between these multiple diverse caste groups. Some are more dominant, some are less dominant, some are more privileged, some are less. Clear? You can also talk about this. You can also give some examples of untouchability, prevalence of untouchability, etc. in this context. Clear? So caste discrimination. Apart from this, yeah, right. Regionalism, good. regional disparities. So cultural diversity enhancing more of regional divides, regional disparity. I think in the last question we discussed much in detail. So we can bring some ideas from there, the various aspects of regional division, or can say regional divides. Fine. The rise of sons of soil movement kind of, you can say ideas as such. Clear? Well understood here broadly. So at least give some 4 to 5 relevant dimensions with examples. And now let's look at the counter. So how can diversity be asset? See, cultural diversity is not always a challenge as such. It can be an asset also. Clear? So in the previous dimension, So in the previous dimension, we looked at the challenges posed. Now let's look at how can this cultural diversity be reaped at, or can say understood, leveraged as a advantage. Clear? So how this can be advantage? The functions of cultural diversity. Yeah. How this can be, can say a thing of asset for you. We can basically talk about, let's say, how cultural diversities can be a source of your cultural capital, social cultural capital. Fine. You understand cultural capital. Fine. In terms of you, or can talk about, let's say, a cultural heritage. They are the source of your cultural heritage. Fine. The source of any group's cultural past historical heritage. Clear? And this heritage is transmitted to the next generations. Clear? And apart from this, you can also talk about, for example, how cultural diversity can also be advantageous. How can it be beneficial? Ethnicity. Okay, ethnicity. How do you present here? See, in the previous context, actually, you can talk about in the last dimension. You can talk about ethnic violence also. For example, the most widely visible, can say social conflicts we are seeing in India, especially if we talk about the Manipur context recently. Ethnic violence, ethnic animosity, ethnic antagonism between different groups is another, can say dysfunction of having high diversity. There will be a scope for rising ethnic divisions. Clear? Ethnic hostilities, ethnic divisions turning into hostilities, and can say violence as such. Clear? So ethnic, how do you present it here? How do you look at it as a advantage? Okay, fine. Right, as a fine appreciation of, you can say, diversities. Fine, that can be one way to understand. Apart from this, you can also talk about, let's say, same way. Let's say we have multiple ethnicities, multiple diversities. Are these also going to be in any ways economical advantages for us? Are they acting as a basis for encouraging tourism? Yeah, cultural tourism. Fine. Okay, so broadly can say they're creating more scope for the economic activity of various tourism related aspects, tourism development. Clear? What's a brief idea? And also can say these traditional knowledge systems, they also act as a basis for our traditional knowledge systems. They're a source for our traditional knowledge which can be preserved, which can be taken advantage of. Clear? For example, we talk about the tribal knowledge systems. Clear? They can be a great sense of boost for our, can say, not only education, so mostly this, I can say, the sense of Ayurveda, the health treatments, etc. Can say we get a significant knowledge from these tribal systems, how to handle some calamities, can say disaster. Tribal knowledge does have some answers. Clear? And further, you can also talk about, let's say, these aspects of, you can say, let's say, handicrafts, promotion of handloom, handicrafts based on our, or can say, which can also be linked to a diversity element. So more, you can say, in India we have numerous tradition styles of handicrafts. Various regions, various sub-regions have their own local styles. Fine. So artisans, handicraft aspects can also be mentioning here as a sense of advantage. Fine. How cultural diversity is a sense of advantage, and it's also giving India a very unique position. You can say it's also promoting the sense of, you can say, more pluralism, multiculturalism. Right? What's a brief idea? So any doubts until here? Hope it's clear. Because of the time constraints, we could not, you can say, go into complete depth. I hope I was able to give you a whole idea about how to approach and can say how to generate your relevant points in the answers. Right? So I guess we'll be having geographic discussion from here. All the best, guys. Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Idralilla Rahul bidu. I think I'll read out the questions. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? Okay. There is, all right, usually there is a confusion that, let's see, I'll enlarge this. Okay. Anyways, I'll just give a brief preview of what I'm trying to tell. Okay. So did you people see the papers of all the GS? How did you feel? How was this year's paper for you people? Was it doable? Was it something very difficult? What was your take about it? You can be frank. It was doable. What about you people? See, always observe the subtle changes that are happening when it compared to previous years to this year's. Okay. So the subtle changes can be in Indian polity, the subtle changes can be in ethics, the subtle changes can be in geography, whatever small changes happens. That is, for example, if you take ethics, the questions are more asked on applied ethics now. Before it was asked on theoretical ethics. That is, what is happiness? Okay, what is the purpose of life? What is crisis of conscience? What is integrity? So it was more on those basis. Now if you observe the ethics questions, the questions are more applied. Artificial intelligence, climate change, karma yogi. You are seeing this. Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. See, all these are being asked and they are trying to infuse ethics into it and asking you what is your take on it. So like that, observe the subtle changes that happens from one year to the other year. Every year, the UPSC mains exam will not do radical changes. That is, they will not completely change all the 4 papers. But they will slowly introduce 1 or 2 changes in only one section of the paper. This time it has happened in ethics. Okay, and Indian polity. Before in Indian polity, mainly the questions used to come like one from governor, one from speaker, one from parliament. So Indian polity part, what is there? You see the questions now, it has slightly changed. The way they are asking questions has slightly changed. They are asking you, what is your take on the child's right in mother's womb? Okay, that is a new way of asking question. They are asking you more about lok adalats. Okay, so these are, and they asked you about public charitable trusts. All these days they were asking about SHGs and NGOs. Suddenly they are moving into public charitable trust. I'm not telling that suddenly you should study something new. The answer, the content will always remain the same, but you should always have that anticipation of what is changing. Okay, so keep an eye on these things. All right. Now coming back to the geography part, obviously I have given the slot till 10:30, so I'll try to keep it crisp. Okay. How many people have attended my geography classes here? You people are non-OGP students? You're not attended any OGP? What about you people? You're completely new. Okay, I just want to understand the class. At what level, I should start this discussion. All right, no issues. So, as I keep telling you, in the geography, that is, I'm talking about the GS1, not much has changed. Paper 1, GS1 has been on the easier side this time. To be very frank, it is the easiest paper of 2024 mains. Okay, so on that aspect, geography, usually from 2014 till today, you will always get 8 questions. Okay, that is 4 10 marker and 4 15 marker. Okay, 4 into 10 marker and 4 into 15 marker. So last time also it had come, this time also it has come, from 2014 it is coming. So there is nothing new in this. Okay, so in geography, the overall you will get 100 marks. That is 40 from 10 markers and 60 from 15 markers. Okay, hence if you have to be really good in GS1, you have to be very good in geography. Otherwise, to score very good marks in society, as sir might have discussed, society will have a lot of interpretation openness. That is, you can interpret in any way you want to. So when there is very high scope to interpret in different ways, it is very difficult for you to impress the examiner as well. But geography is not like that. If you know the concept, the phenomena, you put it there, it is over. Okay, so geography has much better chances of scoring compared to your other subjects of GS1, but I'm not telling you in any way to neglect them. I'm just telling you it is a low hanging fruit. You should always try to take that before going or jumping into the other things. Okay, now I'll just give you the brief of what are the 8 questions. Here obviously they are marked as 7 questions, but I'll tell you why the confusion happens. Okay, the first question, if you can see here, the first question is, what is sea surface temperature? What is sea surface temperature rise? How does it affect the formation of tropical cyclones? Okay, a very conventional question, anyone can answer if they know the normal basics of oceanography and tropical cyclones. Okay, the next is, why do large cities tend to attract more migrants than smaller towns? Again, conventional way of asking. They can remove, why do large cities tend to attract migrants than smaller towns? They can remove this and they can ask, why do large cities tend to attract more migrants from rural areas? Or they can ask, why does young women are more attracted towards tier 2 cities from rural areas? They can keep changing the question however they want to, the content still remains the same. So once you learn the framework for this particular question, the keywords, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Once you get to know the keywords, the answer will not change much. Okay, hence this question is also considered as easy only. Okay, the next is, what is the phenomena of cloudburst? Explain. Again, direct question this is for a 10 marker, you can easily explain. Here how to add value is trying to put Indian context and talking about the distribution of cloudburst in India. That will give you the extra context or extra edge. Just by telling what is cloudburst and explaining the phenomena and stopping there is what everyone will do. To create that extra edge, you have to create that India maps or world maps. We will discuss that. Okay, so again, easy question. So 3 easy questions have come. What is the concept of demographic winter? Is the world moving towards such a situation? Elaborate. Okay, now demographic winter as a term you wouldn't have heard, but when you read the entire question, you will understand that it is to do with declining population. Okay, look at this. Is the world moving towards such a situation? Right, so we can understand that it has to do with declining population only. That level of wisdom you will get if you are prepared for mains. Okay, but let us assume that we people got confused in demographic winter, we did not understand that, so I'll put this question as moderate. Okay, let us put this question as moderate. Next, the groundwater potential of the Gangetic plains is on a serious decline. How may it affect the food security of India? Direct question. Okay, water resources is an important theme in geography. Okay, you have to have some amount of points, not only in geography, in paper 3 also water is an important theme. Okay, so you should have had some content made on that, we have to write. However, I will tell you how to write geographically here. Usually what many people will do is, they'll start writing like GS3 in this particular answer. I'll show you how exactly to bring the GS1 language into this question. The next is, what are Aurora australis and Aurora borealis? How are these triggered? Again, concept is easy, but it is not there in your conventional books. Because it is not there in your conventional books, I am going to mark this as moderate. Okay, but we have taught the atmosphere, we have taught the Van Allen belt, we have taught the trapped charge particles in the Van Allen belt, and when these trapped charge particles interact in the poles, that is where you get the auroras. Okay, the concept everyone will know, but the reason why you wouldn't have revised is because it is not there in your conventional NCERT books. They would have mentioned it, but they would have not given the mechanism of formation. Okay, so here how are these triggered? You have to tell the mechanism of formation. So that is where it is a little tricky. So I am going to make it as moderate. This is a difficult question. The reason why I tell you difficult is, what is a twister? What are the majority of why are the majority of twisters observed in areas around the Gulf of Mexico? This is a phenomena, one is not there in your books. The second is, this is not a phenomena that happens in India. So when it does not happen in India, you wouldn't have heard about these concepts. Okay, so basically this is a one question that I can mark it as difficult. Okay, so twisters are tornadoes, and tornadoes is a concept that we will explain anyways, but overall this is definitely a difficult question. All right, so they have put 7 questions, but actually the 8th question of geography is, See this one. Usually people will get confused thinking that what is regional disparity? How does it differ from diversity? How serious is the issue of regional disparity in India? Okay, this is a question from regional geography. We know the concept of regional planning. Yes, when we take one region as one unit, instead of taking political boundaries, when you take one region as one unit and start planning, that is known as regional planning. So this question comes from the topic called regional geography. So basically what people get confused is, this is looking like, because they have used the word diversity, the moment you see diversity you feel that it is society, but this is a geography question. And moreover, how to prove that it's a geography question is, always geography question, I told you 8, from 2014 till today the question numbers have not changed. For example, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 14, 15, 16, 17 is always been geography. It will never change. Okay, because the idea is not to confuse you there. Okay, the idea is to give you that the weightage of geography will always be the same because of the importance of the subject. Okay, so that regional disparity comes somewhere in 7 or 17, somewhere there. So obviously even the number tells that it is from geography only. Okay, anyways, so these are the 8 questions. Let us go one by one and try to understand what the answer could be. Okay, obviously due to the paucity of time I will not be able to make you understand the entire mechanism. If you have any doubts, you can contact me after the session, or if you can message me in the Telegram. Okay, we can have a session where we have a lot of time to explain it to you. Okay, all right. So the first question, let us look at the first question. The first question reads, what is sea surface temperature rise? How does it affect the formation of tropical cyclones? Now the most common mistake that usually students do is they will jump directly to the second half of the question, because the first half of the question is very, very generic. Okay, this is where you should not make the mistake. If they are giving you 2 sub questions, that means every question will have equal emphasis. So here if it's a 10 marker, you have 5 marker here and you have 5 marker here. So you cannot directly, you will just tell what is sea surface temperature and jump off to the second part. Don't do that mistake. Because it is a separate question, you have to emphasize and talk more on this sea surface temperatures. Okay, so this is how I will start my answer. Okay, the introduction part, I will define what is sea surface temperature and what is tropical cyclones. I'll define both. Okay, so first I'll define sea surface temperature as the average temperature of the oceans in the top few meters that stays same for long periods of time. Okay, you understood this? Okay, the average temperatures over the oceans for the top few meters that stays same for long periods of time. That is what is known as sea surface temperature. So that is one paragraph or 2 lines. The next is, what is tropical cyclone? Why am I addressing both? Because in this question they have asked 2 variables. When they are asking 2 variables, I will define those 2 variables. Okay, so the second is tropical cyclones. I will define tropical cyclones as low pressure meteorological system with circular isobars that rotate in anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Clear with this? So I have defined, in geography the best way to approach is definition. Okay, so I have told sea surface temperature is the temperature of the oceans in top few meters, but what is important that you should not forget is it stays the same for long periods of time. That is what is very important. Tropical cyclones obviously are low pressure meteorological systems, with circular isobars. You can also go ahead and tell they are rotating systems. They rotate anti-clockwise or clockwise. So this is how I will introduce. Once my introduction is over, now comes the body of the question. In the body, first address the entire first part. What is the first part? So you have to give the heading as the rise in sea surface temperatures. Okay, you are giving the heading as rise in sea surface temperature. Now this is indicative to the evaluator that you are addressing the first part of the question. Okay, so here you have to talk about oceans constitute 71% of the surface area. Oceans constitute 71% of the surface area. However, oceans absorb 90% of the atmospheric heat. Okay, it constitutes 71% of the surface area. However, it absorbs 90% of the atmospheric heat. Okay, so why is there a rise in the sea surface temperature? Is because of global warming. Post-industrial revolution, the temperature of the atmosphere has been rising exponentially, and this whatever rise in the temperature is happening, that is being absorbed by what? Oceans. And because oceans are the major absorbers of the heat, or they act as the major heat sink. Oceans act as a major heat sink. You are seeing the rise in sea surface temperatures. So these are the 2 points that you will make. Okay. The next is, obviously you people can make a note of it. It will anyway be recorded and available in YouTube. Okay, so don't worry about it. Just listen and understand the concepts. That is more than enough. You can make the notes after seeing the recorded classes. All right, because the moment you start writing, I have to slow down. Okay, to wait until you people finish. So that will take a lot of time for me to finish. Okay, so I have given the subheading as rise in sea surface temperatures. Their first point, I am telling that the oceans form 71% of the surface area. However, it will absorb 90% of the atmospheric heat. Now I am telling, due to global warming. Global warming is you are adding more and more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. Greenhouse gas means it increases the average temperature of the atmosphere. So post-industrial revolution, the temperature of the atmosphere is increasing. And whatever rise that is happening because of global warming, 90% of that rise is absorbed by what? Oceans. And this is the result of rise in SSTs. Okay. Now, after writing this, you give a diagram. Understand, in geography, diagram is a must. It is not because evaluators will feel good or anything like that. The essence of geography is spatial distribution of phenomena. If I take any phenomena, I should show the distribution spatially. That is the edifice or foundation of geography. Correct? So if you don't show the diagram, you are not doing justice to that subject. Hence, diagram becomes necessary. Okay? So you have given 2 points. Now the third is SST distribution. SST distribution latitudinally. Latitudinally SST distribution. So you give this heading like this. So here you can put it 0 degrees, 20 degree north, 40 degree north, 60 degree north, 20 degree south, 40 degree south, 60 degrees south. Okay. So here you can say 27 degrees, 25 degrees, 23, 20. Okay, look at this. So you have to show this diagram. This is the SST distribution of any ocean. Okay. Now the next point that you will say is, from the industrial revolution up to this point, because of the increasing levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the average SST of the ocean has been increased by, the average SSTs of the ocean has been increased by 0.5 degrees. So everywhere, whatever you are seeing, this is the average SSTs, add 0.5 to this. That is what has happened because of global warming, and climate change is a consequence, but mainly because of global warming. So here, in this rise in SSTs, you have written 4 points. Okay. So one, you have told surface area and how it absorbs. The second, you have told the mechanism of global warming and how it is affecting. The third point is you are talking about the horizontal distribution of SSTs. And the fourth point, you are telling how 0.5 degrees has been increased post-industrial revolution up to this point. Okay. So one part of the question you have introduced and you have given 4 points. Clear with this? Okay. Let us go to the second subheading or the second demand of the question. That is, the second demand is, how does it affect the formation of tropical cyclones? Okay. So obviously here most of the students, what they do is they start writing about the tropical cyclones. You have to link SSTs to tropical cyclones. The question is not asking directly write about tropical cyclones. Okay. So see, you give the effect of rising SSTs on tropical cyclones. The effect of rising SSTs on tropical cyclones. Okay. Now you should know that first point, you should create a context. Tropical cyclones are dependent on two things. Okay. Tropical cyclones are dependent on the vortices created by the ITCZ. Tropical cyclones are dependent on the vortices created by the ITCZ. The second, tropical cyclones are dependent on the moisture present over the oceans. That is the reason tropical cyclones can mainly form only over warm oceans where moisture is surplus. Okay, so you are setting the context. You are telling the tropical cyclones are dependent on two things: vortices formed by ITCZ and moisture that is there on the warm oceanic surfaces. Okay. Now come to the second point. Now tell, because of rising SSTs, the number of vortices formed. Because of rising SSTs, the number of vortices formed is increasing. And when the number of vortices formed is increasing, obviously, what will happen to the frequency of cyclones? Frequency of cyclones also increases. See, the reason why I tell you this is, if there are 10 vortices formed, out of the 10 vortices, out of the 10, let us say that 3 will go on to become depressions. Out of the 3, 1 will go on to become cyclones. Now, because of SSTs, when the ITCZ moves over the ocean, instead of 10 vortices, there are 20 vortices that forms. When 20 vortices form, 6 will become depression. Out of 6, 2 or 3 will become cyclones. See, when in the first case only one cyclone was formed, now there are 2 or 3 cyclones that are getting formed. So overall, because of the rising SSTs, I can say that the frequency of tropical cyclones increases. You got this? Again, the second point is rising SSTs means the moisture over the ocean increases. Rising SST means the moisture over the oceans increases. When the moisture over the oceans increases, obviously moisture is the fuel for the cyclone. Yes or no? Moisture is the fuel. I told you, what is the engine for the rotation of tropical cyclone? Latent heat of condensation. And for latent heat of condensation, moisture is very important. Correct? So when I give that abundant moisture is given to the cyclone, obviously you are giving it a lot of fuel. So when you are giving it a lot of fuel, instead of rotating at 80 kilometers per hour, it is going to now rotate at 120 kilometers per hour. Instead of having a diameter of 200 kilometers, it will start growing to almost 400, 500 kilometers. Okay. Hence, because of rising SSTs and the moisture availability, yes, very good, intensity of tropical cyclones also increases. Intensity of tropical cyclones also increases. This is what is the demand of the question. Finally, you can conclude by telling that climate change is affecting all ocean phenomena. Climate change is affecting all oceanic phenomena. It can be cyclones, it can be ocean currents, it can be the movement of waves, it can be sea storms, it can be sea surges. All ocean phenomena is getting affected by climate change, and this is affecting the marine biodiversity. You have to mention those phenomena, a few, not everything. You have to mention ocean currents, cyclones, waves, sea storms. All this are increasing, and this will affect the marine biodiversity. So this is how you can conclude. Even in the conclusion, you are trying to add some type of value to show to the examiner that you know about the concepts. Okay. And the next trick is, in geography, the best way to conclude is two ways. You either bring the consequence of human interference into that phenomena, or you can bring the effect of climate change into that phenomena. So this is the two ways how you can conclude in geography. It becomes very simple. Either you put it as climate change or you put it as human interference. What is happening because of these things? It becomes very easy. Okay. All right. So this completes the first question. Okay. So obviously, if your basics are not strong, you will not be able to understand completely. For those people at the end, I will give you the Telegram ID. Any doubts you people have, you can contact me in the Telegram ID. Okay. So because we have a very short time period here, we will not be able to elaborate much on this. Okay. All right. But people who are strong in their basics, I hope you understood what this question is all about. All right. The next one is, why do large cities tend to attract more migrants than smaller towns? Discuss. Okay. In the light of the conditions in developing countries. So they are asking about developing countries. You can in your mind visualize as India only. Okay, why is it happening in India itself? All right. So whenever they ask about migration, understand to put this model called push-pull model of Lee. Whenever they ask, it can be, as I told you, they have asked about why they are moving to tier 1 instead of tier 2, they have asked. It can change in any way. Why have they stopped going to tier 1 and now they are moving into tier 2? Next year the question can come like that also. So irrespective of how it comes, try to put the migration into this model and then assess it, your answer is over. Okay. So overall, I will start by introducing what is migration. Okay. Migration in geography means it is a consequence of population resource balance. Okay, migration is a consequence of population resource balance. Next point, migration will always be a natural consequence. Migration will always be a natural consequence until there is resource gradient that exists on the earth. When you take the entire surface, do you think the resource is same everywhere? No. Until there is resource gradient, there will always be migration. Migration is natural. It happens in animals, it happens in plants, it happens with us. Plants in the form of dispersal, animals and man in the form of migration. Okay. So one, you will tell migration is a consequence of population resource balance. The second is migration is a natural phenomena that always occurs on earth due to resource gradient. I hope you are understanding this. So try to bring these keywords. These keywords are what makes your answer more geographical. Okay. Always, this is the trick in geography. If you want to write answers from such human or social or economic geography. This question is from social geography. Okay. I'll show you questions from economic geography. If you want to write good answers for social and economic geography, have around 50 keywords ready with you. You should know which to apply when. Okay, socio-economic geography should be dealt like that because context changes. In the socio-economic geography, the context will change, answer will not change. You can use the same keywords to write another answer also in socio-economic geography. But in physical geography, it doesn't happen like that. In physical geography, cloudburst is a slightly different phenomena. Tropical cyclone is a different phenomena. So you cannot explain everything with the same keywords. Okay, so this is a smart thing to do. All right, socio-economic geography, collect around 50 keywords. When I say keywords, it can be connectivity, accessibility, diffusion of innovation, decentralization. Understanding this? So like that, there are a lot of keywords. Where you will get it in your NCRTs. You will get it in your synopsis of your test series. Whatever test series that you take, they will ask you a lot of socio-economic geography questions. Obviously, you will not be able to write a geographical answer there. Go to the synopsis and collect the keywords. Okay, in your secure questions, geography questions, so you go to the synopsis again, look at the keywords. Whichever keyword is interesting, put it here. I hope you are understanding. That is how you need to collect the 40-50 keywords. Now, when you practice, try to apply those keywords in the answer. Automatically, your question will become geographical. Okay. Anyways, so first introduction, the consequence of population resource balance. I've given you the introduction. The next is, let us go to the analysis. Okay. Attract more large cities, smaller towns. There are two variables here. Okay, large cities and smaller towns. So the body of the question, I am first, this is my first part of the answer. This is my second part of the answer. I'm just showing it side by side, but you are going to write it one heading 5 points or 3 points, the next heading 3 to 4 points. Okay, that is enough because it's a 10 marker. Don't flood it with too many points. This is more than enough. So large cities, small towns. Where will be the pull model? This will act as a pull model, and this will act as a push model. Okay, now assess why is it pulling? What are the factors? What are the factors that pulls the people to this large cities? Now you can analyze. Everyone can do it. Okay, 1, opportunities. 2, the presence of slums. Slums means affordable housing. 3, networks. Okay, because there already has been a family member who's there in the large city that acts as a network for other people also to migrate. Okay, so networks. The fourth is connectivity. Okay, connectivity means low cost for movement. That is, see, if they have to move for a job, let us say if in Bengaluru, if you have to move from here to some far off place like Pune, your cost of transportation is less because you have metros, you have different transportation available, your cost of transportation is actually less. Okay, but if you go to a tier 2 town, you will not have such transportation, so your cost of transport and your time is more, and this accounts for migrants. We may not realize it, but it accounts for migrants. For them, time and money is very, very crucial. So for them, see, these are the 4 points. Yes, I've seen many synopses where people will talk about infrastructure, government support. It is also fine, not an issue, but try to bring geographical things. Okay, make it a little more geographical instead of making it GS3. Usually what happens, people will go into GS3, talk about infrastructure, they talk about, social anonymity that is available. So you are bringing different keywords that is not geographical. I'm not telling it will be wrong. I'm just telling that you will get 1 mark or 1.5 mark lesser than a geographical answer, and that matters a lot. Okay, sorry. Climate. No, that it is far-fetched. How can you say smaller towns will be more affected by climate change compared to larger towns? Okay, it will be far-fetched. If they asked the question like this, why are the migrants more attracted to cities inland compared to the coastal cities? Then you can definitely tell. Here there is no context set like that. Okay, so don't bring that thing. Okay, the next is smaller towns. What are the push factors? Go completely opposite to this. That's all. Your answer is done. Whenever they ask 2 variables contrasting, write here and go completely contrasting. Okay, fewer opportunities. Why? Because smaller towns will have rural characteristics. Smaller towns will always have rural characteristics. Okay, the second is slums will not be there, hence housing will not be affordable for them. If they go there, they have to rent a house. Okay, now to rent a house and give a rent to it, they cannot afford it. So that is another, what we think slums are bad, it is not true. Slums are a necessity in urban areas. Without slums, urban areas cannot function. I hope you are understanding that. So when that is not there, migrants will not come. Okay, the third one, obviously there is lack of networking, there is completely new people there, and the fourth is the cost of transportation in smaller towns is much higher because they lack connectivity. There will be very fewer modes of transportation, the choices are very less, and hence the cost will be more. So these are the things that will deter the migrants from going from smaller towns to larger cities. Clear with this? So I have tried to keep the points more geographical. Okay, coming to one more dimension that you can add is, under any circumstances, don't keep mentioning India, keep mentioning developing countries. Keep that in your mind, because they have asked explicitly developing countries, you have to keep telling developing countries. Don't tell of India. Okay, example you can give as India, not an issue at all. All right, now tell in developing countries, okay, this is the recent phenomena happening. Okay, in developing countries, this is the recent phenomena happening. What is the recent phenomena happening? The recent phenomena is the large cities are now saturated. The large cities are now saturated, and all the industries are now relocating to the tier 2 cities. All the industries that were there in the large cities are relocating to tier 2 cities. And because they are relocating to tier 2 cities, tier 2 cities or smaller towns will be the towns of the migrants in the future. I hope you understood how to write. You got this dimension, everyone? So because the industries are decentralizing or relocating, in the future, it is the small towns that is going to attract more migrants compared to the large cities. I hope you got this. So finally, you will conclude by telling, because large towns currently is attracting more migrants, we have unsustainable urbanization. Because large towns is attracting more migrants, we have unsustainable migration. I'm sorry, urbanization. Unsustainable urbanization. However, all developing countries will start attracting migrants into their tier 2 cities in the future. That will make the urbanization more sustainable. That's all. This is going to be our conclusion. SEZ, you can add fourth point here, government opportunities. And to elaborate that government opportunities, you can say SEZ like projects can attract the migrants into that area, because it will also attract township. Like that you can talk. You can add any point you want, just don't make it more GS3. Don't talk more about SEZ there. SEZ is just one example. Talk about government as an institutional factor, and you can bring township and how the township inside the large city can attract more migrants. Okay. For example, you have electronic city. Okay, electronic city is a township that has come only because of the software parks that have been set up there. So that you can talk like that. Yes. Where you want to do? Remigration as a new dimension you are telling, correct? Yes. Always in 10 marker you don't have very high scope to write new dimensions. In a 10 marker you have very limited points to write. So be very careful not to add too many new dimensions. One new dimension is enough. So if you want to add, my new dimension is this. Okay, your new dimension, if you want, you remove this and add your whatever that the remigration you are telling from tier 1 they are moving into tier 2. The migrants only. Because of congestion, because of traffic, because of all right, you can do that. But that is a new dimension, so take this and add that. But it should not come at the cost of this, because this is the essence or the core of the question. The core of the question should never be compromised in any subject. Got this? All right. So this completes the second question. Where? Regional disparity is a consequence of lack of opportunity. Regional disparity is a consequence of this question. Most of the people are moving to large cities instead of smaller towns, and that is leading to regional disparity. So regional disparity is not a factor, it is a consequence. Okay, that is what we concluded by telling that unsustainable urbanization, which is in the form of regional disparity, will reduce in the future as smaller towns will also start migrating more and more migrants. Got it? Clear with this? Okay. Again, I'm sorry that I have to be much faster. Unfortunately, that is how it is. What is the phenomena of cloudburst? Explain. Straightforward question. I hope everyone understands what exactly is cloudburst. So basically, here they have not asked India, world, developing, nothing they have asked. So that gives you the scope to write anything in the scale of international or India. You don't have to limit yourself. If you know more about international, talk about international. If you know more about India, talk about India. If they are leaving it open-ended, that means you have the discretion. Use the discretion wisely. Okay. So if you know the world map, put the world map. write it properly. If you know the India map, put the India map and write it properly. So that is very important. Now, introduction. Obviously, we will define what is cloudburst. Okay. According to IMD, if there is heavy rainfall such that the rainfall exceeds 100 mm in 1 hour, then you call it as a cloudburst event. Okay. Now, the next is, obviously you cannot stop it there because this again is one separate question. Look at this. What is the phenomena of cloudburst? Okay. So, now let us talk about the mechanism of formation of cloudburst. The mechanism of formation of cloudburst. The first point is the intense heating of the land. Okay, intense heating of the land. The second is intense convectional currents. Intense convectional currents. The third is the formation of cumulonimbus clouds, and the fourth is heavy downpour, thunder and lightning. Heavy downpour, thunder and lightning. So overall, these are the 4 points that you have to elaborate. You cannot just write the keywords and stop. You have to elaborate this. Okay. So this is how the mechanism of formation of cloudburst happens. Okay. Then give the diagram. This is the surface. These are the convectional currents. Okay, these are the convectional currents, and this convectional current will create intense cumulonimbus clouds. This cumulonimbus clouds will create okay. So this is what is the answer, but you cannot stop it here because it becomes too less. Add the impact or the distribution of cloudburst in India. Give that as an heading. Okay, the distribution of cloudburst in India. There it gives you, see, distribution of cloudburst in India. Now you can draw the India map. Okay, once you draw the India map, now show 3 places where cloudbursts are mostly seen. Okay, this one, this one. So here you have topography induced cloudbursts. Topography induced cloudburst, cyclone induced cloudburst, and here you have monsoon induced cloudburst. Here you have monsoon induced cloudburst. Okay, so just 3 lines here. You are waiting for next class. What is it? Essay. All right, 10 minutes. All right. So these are the 3 points. You should elaborate this. Don't just stop it there. Just elaborate in 2 lines. What is topography? What is this thing? Okay. What you can conclude by telling? You can conclude in different ways. Again, you can conclude here by talking about climate change. How climate change is intensifying the cloudburst events. You can also conclude by any context. For example, in 2023, Uttarakhand, Delhi, Haryana and Punjab, everyone or all these states underwent cloudburst event where the rainfall was greater than 400 mm per hour. Okay, this happened. You don't have to write all these things. I'm just telling this happened because of a very, very rare event. It never happens. This happened because of the overlapping of 2 events. Western disturbances with it happened because of western disturbances and monsoon trough. But I am not telling you to explain this, I am just telling you conclude in your own way. You can bring climate change or you can bring any context. Okay, the context can be Uttarakhand or the context can also be Kerala. The landslides that happened in Kerala was because of a cloudburst event. Okay, so you can talk about Kerala landslides also. So you can bring any context and also attach it to this. Clear with this? I hope you understood this. Okay. The next one. What is the concept of a demographic winter? Is the world moving towards such a situation? Elaborate. Okay. Basically, what they are talking about in this question is, it may seem like something new, but nothing. They are asking about a model. Okay, this is the first time that they have gone into the NCERT of human geography. Okay, until today, I mean until this year, they had not asked questions on human geography. This is the first time they have asked. They are asking about demographic transition model or demographic transition theory. That's all. If you know the theory, you will be able to answer it. Okay. So what is the theory all about? See, any country or every country passes through 5 stages. Every country passes through 5 stages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every country passes through 5 stages. Okay, and the 5 stages are dictated by the birth rate and death rate of the country. Okay, the birth rate and death rate of the country decides the 5 stages. Okay, now see, okay, these are the 5 stages. Now, if I mark this as birth rate, and this color as death rate, sorry, this is birth rate, this color is birth rate, this color is death rate. The first stage, now tell me, in the first stage, is the birth rate and death rate both high? Birth rate, so this side, this is the number. Okay, the birth rate and death rate is both high. So if a family has 10 children, 9 children are dying. Birth rate and death rate are both high. When birth rate and death rate is both high, will there be natural rise in the population? It will stay the same. Yes, that is always the first stage. Okay, now, so here the population growth will be low. Why the population growth is low? Because the birth rate and death rate both are very high. Now, as I move to the second stage, what is the rate that will drop? Death rate will drop. Why death rate will drop? Because of the advancement in medicines, the coming of government support, the coming of public distribution system. So subsidies are there, social welfare is happening. So because of all these things, it will always be the death rate that will fall. And look at the birth rate remains the same, whereas the death rate is falling. Now, if you observe, look at this drastic rise here. Okay, look at this drastic rise. This is the phase where a country will undergo population explosion. Stage 2 and stage 3 is the place where the population explosion happens. Yes? Yes, yes. OGP 4. You are here for? No, what are you here for? Yeah, OGP 2 there. The second stage and the third stage is where any country will undergo population explosion. This happened in India in 1970s. This happened in India in 1970s. Okay. The next, so we are currently in this third stage. We are currently in this third stage where our birth rate is greater than the death rate. Okay. Now the fourth stage, most of the developed countries are in fourth stage. What is the fourth stage? When the birth rate and death rate both are low. When the birth rate and death rate both are low, then also population will decline. The population growth will decline. Not decline, the population growth will be very low. Because both birth rate and death rate are low, the population rate will be low. But look at the fifth stage. The fifth stage is where Japan, Germany, Italy are all going through. They are going in the fifth stage. What is happening in the fifth stage? The death rate has stayed the same and the birth rate is falling down. When the death rate stays the same and the birth rate is declining below the death rate, that means lesser people are being born compared to lesser people dying. So what happens here? What is the consequence of fifth stage? One is declining population and the second is aging population. Okay, so this is what is many of the developed countries going through. So in the question they have asked very smartly. So first, what is the concept of demographic winter? You have to tell demographic winter is the decline in the population in a country. This decline happens because of the reduction in birth rate. And why will the birth rate reduce? Because of the increasing status of women in the society. Okay, because of that the family planning will be very strong, the spacing of children will be very strong, and the amount of children or the children's born will also be very less because of the rise of nuclear families. That is what you have to talk here. Okay, now the second part is the world moving towards such a situation? Here you have to explain the demographic transition model. You have to tell that yes, from the historical example we can see that every country will pass through different stages. Japan was also in stage 1, it has now reached stage 5. India was also in stage 1, it has reached stage 4. African countries are in stage 3, but natural consequence of any demographic movement will always be from stage 1 to stage 5. This is your answer. Hence, it is very important for us to make sure that, see, we cannot stop any country from moving to stage 5. But we can make sure that we stay in stage 4 as much as possible. That is, we make sure that our TFR, that is the total fertility rate, stays at 2.1. So when total fertility rate stays at 2.1, then the birth rate, death rate will almost remain the same. When it almost remains the same, the population growth rate will be stable. It will neither rise, it will neither decline. So this is what should be your conclusion. Clear with this? Okay. So this is about the concept of demographic winter. The next is the fifth question. The fifth question is, the groundwater potential of the Gangetic Valley is on a serious decline. How may it affect the food security of India? Okay. Actually the question is given a context, but it is not completely true nor completely false. It is on a decline but not a serious decline. But anyways, we have to abide by what is the question that is asked. So let us start off with it. Okay. So fifth question goes like this. Introduction. Always define. Okay, introduction, define. Okay, define the Gangetic plains. Okay, Gangetic plain is a trough or a depression. Gangetic plain is a trough or a depression that is filled by alluvial sediments brought down by the Himalayan rivers. Okay, this is the definition. Always in geography define. Whatever the concept is, just define. Okay. So Gangetic plains are troughs or depressions where the alluvial sediments are filled to create a plain. Alluvial sediments are filled to create a plain, and who's bringing these alluvial sediments? The rivers, the Himalayan rivers. Okay. So this is how you say. Next point, since it's a 15 marker, introduction should have 2 paragraphs. Okay, in the 10 marker only 1 paragraph was enough, but here you try to add 2 paragraphs of introduction. That is 3 lines of one introduction and one more 3 lines of another introduction. Okay, so here you can describe what Gangetic plains is. Okay, Gangetic plains runs for several hundred kilometers and is topographically very homogeneous and dominantly made up of alluvial soil, something like that. You can define in any way you want to. Okay, or you can also say the Gangetic plains, due to its fertile soil, has attracted the highest population in this country. You can define in any way you want to. Okay, so these are the 2 ways how you will start your answer. The next is you have to come back to the context, body. They are asking the groundwater is on a serious decline. Okay, they are already setting the context. They are telling it is on a serious decline. So you have to now justify, is it on a serious decline? Now for that, you have to start justifying. For that, you have to first set the parameter. Okay, so here the first point is the Gangetic plains constitutes, draw the India map. Okay, the Gangetic plains constitutes, you can add this, you have the Rohilkhand plains, the Awadh plains, the Magadh plains and Bengal plains. Okay, so you have Rohilkhand, the Awadh plains, the Magadha plains or Mithila plains and the Bengal plains. Okay, now you have to, obviously if the groundwater is on a serious decline, you have to know the reason why it is on a serious decline. The main reason is because of the agriculture. Okay, the main reason is the agriculture. So Rohilkhand is the sugarcane belt of North India. Agriculture, sugarcane belt of North India, and sugarcane is water intensive. Okay, Bengal plains, jute and rice. Bengal plains is jute and rice. Again, jute and rice both are water intensive. Magadha plains, sugarcane plus rice. Magadha plains is sugarcane plus rice. And Awadh, it is mainly for agro-based industries or water-intensive industries. It is mainly for water-intensive industries. For example, it can be leather, it can be footwear, it can be textile. All these are agro-based as well as they are water-intensive industries. Okay, so the explaining this is the first half of your body. Why is it on a serious decline? Okay, the second half of the body is how will it affect the food security of India? Okay, so the next is how will it affect the food security? First one, the Gangetic plains is known as the granaries of India. Why is it called granaries of India? Because the rice and wheat, main supply of rice and wheat for our country will come from the Gangetic plains. So one, it is granaries. So if there is decline in groundwater, what will happen to the granaries? The granary supply will get affected. The second, they are the major contributors. They are the major contributors to food, to public distribution system. And we know, according to the National Food Security Act, 65% of India's population is dependent on PDS. So this will affect the social welfare programs as well. I hope you are understanding this. The third one, when the food supply decreases, the food inflation comes up. And who will get affected because of food inflation? Is it the rich or the poor? It is always the poor. Okay, so these are the points that you can bring of how the decline in the water table will affect the food security of India. Don't make it too far-fetched. I have seen few points where it is unrealistic in the way they are explaining how it affects food security, but this is enough. Be realistic. It is not about writing 6 points here. It is about explaining properly how it will affect the food security. Okay. With that, what you can tell is conclude it. Yes. Yes. What about it? I was coming to the conclusion in the aquifers, but what is your point there? In the conclusion, I will bring that. Okay. The reason I kept it there is, in the conclusion, I will say, okay, the Gangetic plains is made up of alluvial sediments, which are, the Gangetic plains are made up of alluvial sediments, which are best aquifers. Because alluvial sediments are majoritarily sandstone. Okay, they are the best aquifers, and because they are the best aquifers, groundwater recharge as well as rainwater harvesting can help arrest the decline in water table. You got this? So in this way I will conclude. Clear with this? Simple question this is, provided your basics are strong. When they say Gangetic plains, if you can understand where Gangetic plains are, what are different divisions of Gangetic plains. For example, I can remove this. I can ask you, the peninsular plateau is undergoing serious decline in water table. Elaborate. Now, if you can divide the peninsular plateau into Bundelkhand, Chota Nagpur plateau, Maharashtra plateau, Karnataka plateau, Coimbatore plateau, and then divide them and analyze them, your answer is done. So overall, if you can, you will always be able to answer it nice, provided that you have the basics very strong. Okay. Anyway, so that was about this question. The next one, what are Aurora australis and Aurora borealis? How are these triggered? Okay, I'll just explain in a very simple way. So first is, obviously you will try to introduce telling that auroras are nothing but the natural glow that happens in the sky in higher latitudes. That's the first paragraph. It is the natural glow in the sky that happens in higher latitudes. The second, you say that the Aurora australis is seen mainly in the southern hemisphere Antarctic circle, and Aurora borealis is seen in the northern hemisphere in the Arctic circle. So you have given the two introduction. Okay. The next is, come to the body. In the body, you have to explain the mechanism of occurrence of auroras. Okay. So here, first you have to talk about the magnetosphere of the earth. The second, you have to talk about the Van Allen belt. And the third is the auroras. The third is the auroras. Okay. So let us show this through a diagram. I'll tell. Obviously, you have to write 2, 3 lines about this, but I'll just show it in the diagram and explain it like that itself. Okay. So first, what you have to talk about is, if you take this as the earth, and this as the outer core, you should first tell the outer core of the earth behaves as a bar magnet. And when the outer core of the earth behaves as a bar magnet, the magnetic lines of force will encircle the earth, and these magnetic lines of forces that are encircling the earth is what is known as magnetosphere. Okay. Now talk about magnetosphere. Magnetosphere is the magnetic lines of forces that encircle the earth from the surface up to 60,000 kilometers. The main importance or significance of magnetosphere is they will block all the high energy particles that enter or that comes towards the earth. For example, if you take the insolation, Okay, this insolation will have X-rays as well as gamma rays. Okay, so these X-rays and gamma rays will be blocked by the magnetosphere. The magnetosphere will not allow these X-rays and gamma rays to enter the Earth's atmosphere. So if this is the Earth's surface, I'll just draw the Earth's atmosphere also. See, this is the Earth's atmosphere. Everyone is getting this? So Earth's atmosphere is from the surface 1600 kilometers. From the Earth's surface, 1600 kilometers is the Earth's atmosphere. But look at magnetosphere, it is from the surface 60,000 kilometers. Okay, and what is the main job of magnetosphere? To block the high energy particles coming from the sun. And the high energy particles commonly coming is X-rays and gamma rays. So they will never enter the magnetosphere. It is stopped. If there was no magnetosphere, then these high energy particles can just strip. They can just strip this entire atmosphere and take it. And the Earth will not be habitable at all. So the importance of magnetosphere is it helps in sustaining life because they stop the high energy particles from entering the Earth. Okay. Now this is the job. Now there are events like solar storms or solar winds or coronal mass ejections. Okay, so these are the events that happens in the sun. Whenever they happen in the sun, it involves the burst of high energy particles. Okay, whenever these events happen in the sun, it involves a burst of high energy particles. So there is very high velocity protons that are traveling. So these protons, the magnetosphere will block it. But what happens, because they are very, very fast, somehow they will be able to get inside the magnetosphere. They will not be able to get inside the Earth's atmosphere, but they will be able to get inside the magnetosphere. So these very high charged particles will start getting trapped. I'll show it like this. See? They start getting trapped here. See? These are trapped high energy particles inside the magnetosphere. And this trapped high energy particles inside the magnetosphere is what you know as Van Allen belt. That is what is known as Van Allen belt. So you got to know three things: magnetosphere, what are high energy particles, and what is Van Allen belt. Now you observe carefully, this trapped energy particle is very close to the atmosphere at which place? Right. So look at this, they are very close to the atmosphere at the poles. That is why here you find auroras, borealis, and here you find Aurora, australis. So what is auroras? Auroras are when the atmosphere of the Earth gets excited by the trapped charged particles that are present in the magnetosphere. I hope you understood this. So that is what is australis and borealis. So this is what the mechanism that you have to explain. Clear with this? I'm sorry I had to push through. I hope if you are strong in your basics, you would have got the knowledge of this. Okay. The next one. What is a twister? Why are the majority of twisters observed in areas around the Gulf of Mexico? This, to be frank, even I don't teach in geography. The reason is because it is a phenomenon not there in any books, and it's a phenomenon not observed in our country. So usually we actually skip, but they've asked this, so I'll consider that it is a difficult question. But one thing what you should realize is, in every section there will be difficult questions. Difficult questions will not decide your rank, because if it is difficult for you, it will be difficult for everyone. I hope you are understanding this. So the margins of your score in difficult question will be very, very less. If you are writing mains and another person is writing mains, for both it is difficult, you both will score only 0.5 or 1 marks. Or let us say that person has written very good answer, that person will score 2 marks and you will score 1 mark. So the difference is very less. Where the actual differential is created is in the other questions where everyone is writing good answers. When everyone is writing good answers and you are writing average answers, that is where you will suffer, because that person will be scoring 7 out of 10, you will be scoring 3 or 4 out of 10. See, the differential is 2 or 3 marks. And when that happens over 10 questions, it's 30 marks. You have lost the game there. I hope you understand. So the reason why I'm telling you this properly is, we always have the tendency to always keep looking at only exceptional questions or hard questions. And we will try to deduce it. Deduce means generalize it, thinking that, oh, this question is difficult, so geography is difficult. This question has come like this, so entire subject only is coming like this. So that way of thinking you should avoid. Just because one question is difficult, don't generalize it on the entire subject in any section as well. In every section, there will always be one tricky question. But what you should realize is, your game, your scoring marks in mains is not decided by that difficult question. I hope you are understanding this. Okay? You can ask any person who has written mains and come, how did they attempt this question? For everyone, it was difficult. If it is difficult for you, it will be difficult for everyone. Know that that is the general rule. Okay? And you should not worry about such questions at all. Anyways, so coming to this, phenomena is very direct. The question is very direct. Basically, twisters means it is also known as tornado. Okay, twisters also means it is a tornado. It is a violent rotating column of wind. Violent rotating column of wind that spreads from a thunderstorm, towards the surface or towards the ground. Twisters are also known as tornadoes. They are violent rotating column of wind that spreads from a thunderstorm towards the ground. Okay, something like this. See, it goes from the surface downwards. It is a violent rotating of winds. Okay, so this is what is a tornado. Why does this happen? The next is, why does it happen? You have to explain the mechanism. The mechanism is very simple. Mechanism is like this. Assume that this is a region. This region has got intensely heated up. When this region gets intensely heated up, convectional currents build up. Yes. So assume that there is convectional currents that has built. When intense convectional current builds up, what type of clouds come here? Cumulonimbus clouds. Okay. So this is cumulonimbus cloud with thunder and lightning. So can I say this is nothing but a thunderstorm? This is nothing but a thunderstorm. So thunderstorm will always form when the air currents are going up very, very fast. Air currents or convectional currents, these are going very fast. Assume that this is one region. The next is, assume that there is one more region here. Here the wind shear is high. Here the wind shear is high. When I say wind shear, it means as I go vertically upwards, the wind is moving in different directions. For a tropical cyclone to form, wind shear should be high or low. For the tropical cyclones to form like this, wind shear should be high or low. It should be low, because as the cyclone is building up like this, let us say there is a wind that goes like this, it is going to break. There is a wind that comes like this, it is going to break. So the entire formation of cyclone is spoiled. That is why wind shear should be low for the formation of tropical cyclones. But I am assuming that in this region the wind shear is high. What does it mean? As I go altitudinally up, there is wind that is coming from this direction also, there is wind that is going from this direction also. So two winds are going like this. When two winds are going in opposite direction, in between the two winds there is circulation of air. Look at this, between the two winds there is circulation of air in this direction. Everyone understood this? This is known as the horizontal cell. This is known as the horizontal cell. Okay. Now all you have to do is, horizontal cell should come in contact with the thunderstorm. When this horizontal cell Okay, assume that this is the horizontal cell. When this horizontal cell will come in contact with this, let us say that I'll bring this. The moment that horizontal cell comes and stands here, okay, where will it go? Once it comes to this region, what will happen to this horizontal cell? It will become vertical. Why will it become vertical? Because of the convectional currents. I hope you are understanding this. So when this horizontal cell goes and becomes vertical, it gets attached to the thunderstorm. The moment it gets attached to the thunderstorm, that is known as tornado. Okay, so from here it starts rotating like this. This is what is known as a twister. So twister is a violent rotating column of air that spreads from the thunderstorm to the ground. I hope you understood the phenomena. All right, and when it gets attached, this horizontal cell, once it becomes vertical, this horizontal cell, once it becomes vertical, this is what you call as the mesocyclone or a supercell. It is also known as a supercell. I hope you understood the mechanism. So this overall is what is a tornado. You got this? This is what is the mechanism. The next part of the question they are asking is, why are the majority of twisters observed in the areas around the Gulf of Mexico? Because Gulf of Mexico is also known as the tornado alley. So here you will draw the map of just the Gulf of Mexico and you will show many tornadoes forming. Okay, this is the Gulf of Mexico. All right, this is what is known as the tornado alley. Okay, the reason is very simple. One is differential heating of land and water. The second is the presence of warm ocean current, that is Florida current. The third is flat topography. Okay, these are the reasons why it's, I'll tell you, see, differential heating of land and water means the wind is constantly land breeze, sea breeze, land breeze, sea breeze. See, wind shear will be high or low? Wind shear will be high. Okay, presence of warm ocean current, that warm ocean, if this ocean current is warm, if this ocean current is warm, that means the moisture above the oceans will be high or low? The moisture will be very high. If moisture is very high, that will always give rise to thunderstorms. So on one side you are seeing wind shear also high, on the other side you are seeing moisture also high, that is creating thunderstorms. When both join, what will happen? Tornado. And both can join in what type of surface? In mountain or flat topography? That's all. See, all the three matches. When all the three matches, that happens in Gulf of Mexico, hence it is known as a tornado valley. Clear with this? Again, in the conclusion, attach climate change and finish it. Due to climate change, the oceans are getting warmed up, the moisture availability is very high, hence it is intensifying the thunderstorms as well as the tornadoes. Done with the answer. Clear with this? Okay. This is about tornado. Obviously, this is a new concept. People wouldn't have written the answer like this. Okay, so don't expect that you should also have known like this. I hope you understand this. This is a difficult question, was a difficult question for all my students also. All right. Anyway, so this completes the 7 questions. I'll just touch upon the, sir has discussed this. Okay. Yes, it is okay if you have written from the social or Indian society angle also, but truly speaking, this is a geography question. Okay. So here, what is regional disparity? Okay. What is regional disparity? It is developmental gaps. Okay. It is developmental gaps in 2 different parts of a single region. Only then they call it regional disparity. India and Pakistan, will they call regional disparity? You understanding this? Regional disparity means it should always be developmental gaps between two different parts of the same region. Only then you call it regional disparity. Now, after doing that, you should give examples. You should not stop it there. This is geographical question. So here you bring different examples. For example, so you have introduced, then you talk about, you take West Bengal. Draw the map of West Bengal. Okay, in West Bengal you have Darjeeling Himalayas and you have Bengal Plains. Darjeeling Himalayas and Bengal Plains. Is there disparity? Yes or no? Talk about the disparity. The disparity with respect to economy, the disparity with respect to social status, the disparity with respect to tribal identity. You are getting this. So you have to talk about this. Second, you take Maharashtra. Okay. So here you have Southwest Maharashtra and here you have Vidarbha and Marathwada. Talk about the disparity. Okay, talk about the disparity agriculturally, talk about the disparity industrially, what is happening. I hope you're getting this. Then you can take many, okay, you can take 2, 3, how much ever you want. You take Karnataka only. You take North Karnataka, you take South Karnataka. Talk about it. You take Andhra Pradesh. If you take Andhra Pradesh, you take coastal Andhra and you take Rayalaseema. Talk about it. Any state you go, you can divide the state into two halves and talk about the regional disparity. But it is imperative that you at least talk about two. And properly, you have to tell what is the disparity. I hope you understand this. That is what will make it geographical. All right. Then, how does it differ from diversity? Okay. How does it differ from diversity? Here again, you have to give the heading as diversity and talk about the positive of diversity. Okay. How does it differ from diversity? So, diversity, 2 to 3 diagrams can come. One, diversity with respect to plains. What is plains? You have Himalayan states, you have plains, Brahmaputra plains, Gangetic plains, and then you have peninsular plateau. This is the diversity. Okay. Then you have diversity with respect to climate. You have Delhi climate, you have Kerala climate, you have Assam climate, and you have Bangalore climate. See, diversity. Then you can talk about the language also. You can talk about the linguistic diversity. I hope you understood this. You can talk about religious diversity also. These are all human aspect of geography, so there is nothing wrong in talking. But at least 2 maps should come. 2 small maps of India should come showing the diversity. You got this? So there, while explaining the diversity, you have to tell how it differs from disparity. Disparity is a developmental gap. Okay. Diversity is a developmental incentive. Diversity is strengthening our unity. Diversity will create complementarity, cultural enrichment. Okay. Regional specialization. These are the things that diversity will come. Okay. So this is where you have to appreciate the aspects of diversity. Okay. Disparity is a negative aspect. Diversity is a positive aspect. So be very careful in how you explain it. The last is, how serious is the issue of regional disparity in India? Okay. Here you have to talk about, that is what. So you have spoken about the disparity in India. Now speak about the consequences of it. What are the consequences? Resource sharing, developmental lag, that is socio-economic indicators, okay, unsustainable migration or distressed migration, okay, lack of complementarity. See, these are the few things that are the serious consequences of regional disparity. I hope you understood this. So this is what is the approach to geographical questions. So the point here is not to just understand the phenomena of cloudburst. The point here is not to just understand the phenomena of tornado. That is not the objective of this class at all. The objective of the class is twofold. One, how important is geography for paper 1? The second, how to approach geography as a question. Okay, physical geography, your basics should be strong. If your basics are strong, you can answer the question very easily. Socio-economic geography, keywords. You should have a list of around 40 to 50 keywords. Irrespective of whatever question they ask, you should know how to use the keywords to write an answer. If you can do that, automatically the answers will become geographical. Clear with this? So this were the questions that I would like to discuss regarding the GS1. Was it helpful? I'm sorry that I hurried a little bit, but unfortunately that's how it is. Okay. Any other doubts? Any doubts you people have? You can ask. No doubts? Was it helpful? Okay. If you have any doubts, this is my Telegram ID. You people can contact me over this Telegram ID. I'll help you in whatever way I can. Okay. I may not be able to message it right away, message you right away. 1 or 2 days delay may be there, but definitely I will message once I get the time. Okay. So thank you so much, guys. Study well. All the sections of mains will always have a mix of easy questions and difficult questions. So don't make any sections in mains your favorite and your not so favorite. Okay. You should be average student in all the sections. You need not be a master in any section. You will still get through. If you are master in few sections and not a master in other sections, you will not get through. So understand and enjoy all the sections thoroughly. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye. I like, share and subscribe only is coming. Okay, that's I control. Bye.
Morning, everyone. How are you, madam? Good. Right. So this is what your essay discussion, right? Anyone here who has not written even a single essay so far in their UPSC prep journey so far? One, two, few people. Okay. Did you go through your 2024 ka paper? All of you, right? Even those who have not practiced it. How did you find the paper? Hey, Gideon, how are you? Good. So how did you find the paper, sir? Subject applied. Okay. Anything else? My friend in the yellow color shirt. What did you find? Difficult, is it? Okay. Now all of you come back. When you compare your UPSC PYQs related to essay, 2024 paper, I did not find too much of philosophical topic there. Understanding my point? Yes, there were few philosophical topics, but the depth of it, the complication of these philosophical topic was not high as your 2021 paper as far as I remember. It was doable. And as one of your friends said, there were few topics. The first one, to be more precise, which was basically like a GS topic, your 1, 2, 3 type of thing. Understanding my point? So it was a doable paper. It was not very difficult. Understanding my point? In the last few years, what I have seen is this. Many of the students, they have this fear that they cannot tackle philosophical topics. They believe they cannot make one, sense of it in an adequate manner. Second, they feel they lack content for it. Understanding my point? And third, and the worst thing that I have seen with my students is they wait till the end to start practicing essay. It might be your philosophical or it might be your GS. That's a very wrong approach. Understanding my point? We have had students who have given their essay, who went to even interview as well, but they ended up scoring just around 120 in their essay paper. And we have had students who have been part of the merit list and they have scored around 140. And if you look at 2023 or your even 2022 paper, there were individuals who scored as high as 166. In 2023, I think 168 was the highest. Understanding my point? Very rarely do our students appreciate the importance of essay. You have your essay where you can score as much as 168. You have your optional paper where you can score decently around, let us say, 240. You have your essay paper where 140 is doable. People have done that. So these are three major chunks of paper that you have to focus a bit more. Not way too much, a bit more compared to your other papers in GS. Understanding my point? All of you. So when we come to this one, 2024 ka paper, you had the first topic, forest precede civilization, deserts follow them. Okay? Forest precede civilization, deserts follow them. All right. See, almost on a daily basis in my life, for some time, I evaluate around 5 to 6 essays. Following me? So 5 to 6 essays multiply by 6 days. Let us say 6 essays. 6 into 6, 36 essays per week I evaluate on an average. Now in these 36 essays, when I compare all of them, the content remains more or less the same thing. Understanding my point? Content remains more or less the same. It doesn't change way too much. That is why most of the people, they get marks around 45 to 55 per essay. Following me? On the other hand, those who score around 65, 68 per essay, in their content, I find a lot of value addition. Following my point? Value addition. Most of the UPSC aspirants, they lack this value addition. That is why they are unable to increase their essay marks. Understanding my point? All of you. What exactly is this value addition? This value addition can be a book. Not your UPSC reference type of book. It can be a novel, either a fictional or a non-fictional. It can be a poem by a very famous artist. Following me? If not books, what could it be? It could be your movies. Good movies I'm talking about. Not like your Martin and few more movies that you usually see. Jawan. Okay. Movies which have won awards at the global level. Understanding my point? That also helps. Apart from this, if you look at your Hindu newspaper on Friday, right? Today is Friday, right? Have you read your Hindu newspaper today? In your Hindu newspaper, I think, is it on Friday or Saturday? I don't read Hindu anymore. I read Indian Express. On Fridays or Saturdays, as far as I remember, on the right hand side, there is a very huge article. Remember that? In this huge article, they take case studies. They take case studies pertaining to different regions in India and then talk about the real issue. Understanding my point? Let us say the essay topic is about climate change. So when it is about climate change, I might talk about these women who are married for the sole purpose of them going to another region by walk and getting water for the whole family. Understanding my point? A husband is already married. He marries one more person for the sole purpose, for the sole reason, so that these women can go for a far off region by walk and get water. Like this you have found, right? If I am talking about child labor, they will be talking about some of the brick factories that we have in our country. They will take this case study and then they will come to the real issue of child labor. Understanding my point? You have read articles like this in your Hindu newspaper. Am I right or am I wrong? So like this. Following me? Value addition is important. Other value addition that I like when I read an essay and why some people score around 166, 168 is for this reason. In their essay, you will find a good amount of psychology in it. A good amount of psychology. What is psychology? Study of mind. Any essay topic you take, first, second, third, all the essay topics throughout the years, I can apply psychology behind it. What do you love? I'm not asking who do you love. What do you love? Sorry? In general, life aspect. It's a discussion class. Am I right? That is what they have given the heading as. Paper discussion. I will be discussing, but at the same time, I also expect some interaction, basic interaction, sir. What do you love generally in life? You like sports. Good. Madam? Movies you like. Which movies, madam? Telugu na chittara na? Come back. Right? Anything that you love. Right? You hold very dear. Am I right? You associate positive emotions with it. Am I right? He likes sports. He loves sports. Let us say he loves badminton. So whenever there is an important match of badminton, even though it might be in the midnight, this fellow will get up and watch it. Am I right or am I wrong? Because he loves it. Your mind, your emotions, they resonate, they reciprocate whenever you love something or someone. Am I making sense? Back in your historical time period, people loved forest. Am I right or am I wrong? There are still tribes in our country, they love forest, genuinely. They look at this forest and they worship them as if they are gods. Have you not studied about this in your GS paper 3? What do we call them as? Sacred groups. Yes. Back in your historical time period, people treated these forests as gods, as part and parcel of their life. Are you all understanding? Fast forward to 2024, that feeling towards forest itself is not there. Am I right? Forests are no longer an end in themselves. Forests for us these days are nothing but a means. We ask, what is this forest product going to give us in the immediate term? We don't love it anymore. Understanding my point? That is why our mind does not think about it in such conscious terms. Following me? That is why we don't have, from emotion perspective, we do not have that social awareness about why forests are important, what is happening with forest conservation in our country. That social awareness itself is missing. Understanding, that empathy feeling itself is missing. That's the thing. Following me? There are some tribes, they love their forest way too much. Nothing wrong with that. And we, on the other hand, are on an extreme spectrum. Am I right or am I wrong? You look at any major metropolitan city, Bangalore, okay, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, were they always cities, or did they have good amount of green cover? They had good amount of green cover, they had lakes and everything. Bangalore is a prime example. But look at what has happened to us. That green cover, can I say, in a very unfortunate manner, has reduced drastically. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Bangalore has become an urban jungle. Am I right or am I wrong? And we are seeing problems with this urban jungle. We are seeing problems with the deserts in our cities. Temperatures. How were the temperatures in the earlier part of this year during the summer season? Was it high or low? Quite high, na? Chennai people were very happy when Bangalore weather was high. While growing up, we used to make fun of Chennai summer. The temperature was very high. But I remember this year, Bangalore's temperature was on the higher scale compared to Chennai's weather. Okay? Like this. And do you remember in the earlier part of the year, there was water scarcity in Bangalore. Fortunately, in this area, we did not have water scarcity. But in the outskirts of Bangalore, your Whitefield, your IT Park and all these areas, they did see acute water scarcity. Am I making sense? Yes. So when you bring psychology and connect it to what is happening as of now, that helps. Psychology. Like this, another value addition happens to be your philosophy. Getting my point? In the last few days, I have evaluated quite a few essay topics by your batchmates who have written on these questions. Very few of them have brought philosophy in it. Understanding my point? Everything that we do in life, everything, will have some or the other underlying philosophy. What was the philosophy of Virendra Sehwag's game? Tell me. Aggressiveness. He used to just play. First ball by Glenn McGrath, he did not care. Glenn McGrath was a great bowler. He used to hit him if the ball was in the right position. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. What should be the philosophy in our education system? You tell me as of now. What should be the philosophy behind our education system in 2024? Competition. Values. Yes. Holistic education. But is our education system having that philosophy behind it? No. Am I right or am I wrong? When we come to forest conservation, safeguarding it, what should be the philosophy behind it? What should be the philosophy behind it? Tell me. Sustainability, fine. But can I use a much better word called as fairness? Are you all understanding my point? Nothing much will matter if India is pushing all the efforts in terms of conserving forests, but in other parts of the world, these developed countries are not doing enough. Am I making sense? This is not a problem with just India. This is a global problem. If you look at your Paris climate change targets, at whatever climate change summits have happened, and if you look at the observations made by various global institutions, all of them have had more or less a positive outlook on India's efforts in terms of conserving its forest. Following me? But when you look at other countries' conservation efforts in terms of safeguarding forests, their philosophy is corrupt. They're making the developing countries take a lot more burden than they should be. Am I making sense? All of you? Yes. So I find such things interesting. Most of the people will have the content, this content. Very few people will focus on this. And that is where you have to be a bit careful. Understanding my point? So when you start writing essay, you might start from here. That is fine. But as you progress, this value addition should be there. How many of you have a habit of reading books? Anyone? ಯಾವ ಬುಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ? ಕನ್ನಡನೇ ಓದು, ಚಿಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದು? ಪೂರ್ಣಚಂದ್ರ ತೇಜಸ್ವಿ. ಆ ಪ್ರಿಸನ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಓದ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Okay. Very good. How many of you understand Kannada here? Everyone? I know ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. Not even ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. Okay. Right? Don't use violence against her after this class. Come back. Don't spoil the name of Kannadigas. Okay. Having a habit of reading books helps. Now, madam, you like watching movies. The moment you see this, forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. Can you think of anything? Any movie that you have watched? Sorry, Kantara, na? Okay. Right? Just yesterday I was evaluating few essays. Two people had brought their essay and they wanted me to evaluate it. In the morning, a guy had written about Chandu Champion movie. You remember it? In the evening also the same thing. Right? I'm beginning to have nightmares where I see my students writing about this movie only. Forget Kantara, madam, there are other movies. It's a great movie, but there are others. Gandhadagudi, very nice. Okay, but what did I say? It's a nice movie. I am a Dr. Rajkumar fan. Okay, but when we are writing here movies, go for something which has had a global recognition. Understanding? There was a movie called as Avatar. Do you remember? Then there was a movie called as Mad Max. All right. Then there was a movie called as Wall-E. Yeah, Wall-E. Have you heard of this movie? Wall-E. W-A-L-L-E. It was an animated movie. So having a habit of watching movies also helps. Reading books also helps. Can you think of any book that I can use for this essay? Forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. Any book? Any book that you can think of? No. There is a book called as The Uninhabitable Earth. The Uninhabitable Earth. It is written by a guy called as David. Okay? The Uninhabitable Earth. It's a good book. It gives you a picture of climate change and its impact from a past, present, and future perspective. Understanding my point? In the future, he talks about what kind of an impact this trend will have on us if we do not stop it. he talks about something called as climate change induced anxiety. Understanding my point? He talks about what will happen from a psychological perspective when we allow this. He talks about how social inequalities will be compounded if we do not conserve our forest, if we do not conserve our planet. All of you are understanding my point? That is the thing. Okay, so you have to develop these habits. Sir, my whole day goes in terms of completing UPSC syllabus only. Where will I read books? Where will I watch movies? Right? In case if you are that kind of a person, for you only, you remember Sam Altman. What has he founded? ChatGPT. Understanding my point? ChatGPT. What will you do? You will just go to ChatGPT and you will put a prompt. You will give a question. You will put this essay topic. Forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. Right? Give me a book or a movie which is somehow related to this topic. Give me 2-3 lines explanation of that movie and the book. Understanding my point? This is a very artificial way of doing things. But I understand your preparation is very rigorous. Is that so? Right? Tale kalidenta topi hakbedi. It's not that rigorous. But nevertheless. Okay? In case if you feel that you're constrained for time, this is what you can do. You can put books, you can put movies, some case study, psychology or philosophy associated with these topics. Understanding my point? Come back. Why some people score 166, 168 and others score much lesser than that? One is the quality of content. Understanding my point? The second thing that I have found is structure. Okay. Many a times my students who write essay, they want to throw a knockout punch in each and every paper. Right? This is not your boxing match. What your evaluator is expecting is this: how simple your thoughts are, how multidimensional you can think, and how you are presenting your points in a structured manner. That is it. Following me? Focus on this. I have seen people who will be talking about history in first page. Then they will go to polity. And in the third page, again they will go to history. Right? That's not right. That's not done. Have a simple structure. Let us say forest precede civilization and deserts follow them. I will talk about one example where a civilization was made possible because of the forest. Then I will talk about one more civilization where after that civilization, the collapse of that civilization was because of forest degradation. Understanding my point? Then I will go to another dimension. I won't keep on circling again and again here to these two things. That's not good structure. All of you are understanding my point? I have also seen this. In a single page, my students sometimes write multiple arguments. Multiple arguments. If not arguments, they end up writing multiple examples. All of you are following me? That's not done. In a single page, try to provide a good argument. And to support this argument, try to give an example or some data or other things. That is up to you. Following me? Whenever I read a paragraph, I want to know what is the theme of that paragraph, what is the message you are conveying to me in that paragraph. If that is not there, then you are not going to get so much of marks. Understanding my point? This is not your GS paper 1, 2, 3, 4 where you are writing multiple points in a paper. 1 or 2 arguments and some example data to justify it. That's it. Following me? And in your essay, One is structure. Why some people score 166, 168, their structure is good, right? And another thing in their paper is this. Listen to me carefully. They would have explored some interesting dimensions. Some interesting dimensions. Come back here. Forest precede civilization, deserts follow them. Everyone will write environmental angle about it. Am I right? Everyone will write social angle about it. Like this, they will bring all these dimensions which are quite normal. But very few people will think certain interesting dimensions and then go ahead and write it. Following my point? What does Elon Musk want to do in life? So many things. But one of the things that he wants to do is what? Colonize Mars. Is this a right approach that we should have in terms of conserving our planet? It's just part. There is no other planet in our universe like Earth. Am I right or am I wrong? If you are unable to conserve your own planet, how will you go to Mars and create greenery there? It's a barren land. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. And where is our approach going? And you know very well, you have studied in your GS paper 3. There are so many geoengineering techniques that we are coming to conserve our planet, to conserve our forest. Am I right or am I wrong? We are using drones. You know what are drones? Yes. To conserve forest. Nothing wrong with that. But the problem is this. Me just focusing on conservation of forest through science is a surface level solution. Am I making sense? Along with science, you require good structural solutions to the problems that people are facing in forest conservation. In GS paper 3, that is what you have learned, na? If rain is not happening, what do we do these days? Cloud seeding. Many parts in our country, these days they are trying cloud seeding. We have done it in 2008 and 9. I remember when I was growing up, our chief minister was SM Krishna back then. Dharam Singh, if I remember correctly. They used to do cloud seeding. The efficiency of that particular scientific concept is limited. Okay, you can try it, right? That's not a problem. But the more important way of figuring out how to tackle climate change is to first focus on the structural solution. Conserve your forest, conserve your lakes, conserve your rivers. Am I right or am I wrong? These days, we are forgetting that structural solutions and focusing more on science to find that shortcut. Is this interesting? Right? This is what I find in some people essays. That's what you also have to do. Every essay should have at least 2 to 3 interesting dimensions like this. If not, it becomes difficult. Understanding my point? Now come back. So I have given you few points why some people score 166, 168 and why most others don't score so much. Another thing that I have observed is this. The examples that these 166, 168 people give are actually quite good. They're not the normal examples that people usually write in their essays. Understanding my point? Whatever examples you're writing in 1, 2, 3, 4 paper, they are good. I'm not denying it. But in your essay paper, when I have observed 161, 168, they tend to mention few more, which is not normal, which is not used way too much by most other people. Following my point? That also helps. So whenever you're writing an essay henceforth, please keep these things in mind and then go ahead and start writing it. Understanding my point? Let's come to the first one itself now. Forest precede civilization, deserts follow them. So let's start with the first part, intro. Okay. For those who don't know, an intro to an essay will have three parts. It will have a hook, it will have a connecting part, and finally it will have a thesis. These are your three important components of an intro. Following me? Many of my students, they focus only on the hook and they forget these two parts. That's why they end up not scoring as many marks as possible from the intro section of the essay. Any idea what is a hook? Have you seen a fishing rod? At the end of the fishing rod, there will be a hook. Have you seen that? It is on this hook you will keep your worm, and then you will throw the fishing rod, and hopefully the fish takes the bait. Fish gets hooked. It's a very important part of your essay, hook. So how can I hook my reader to my essay and make it engaging for him or her? Very simple. In the hook part, you can give some story, some fictional story if you want. Fictional story. What is fictional story? What is fictional story? White color t-shirt. Are you our OJP student? Right. Which batch? OJP 7, is it? Okay. Sorry? Right. I remember you. This year or last year? Yes, yes. Very serious fellow. Always sitting like this. No smile whatsoever. Right? It feels as if he has had a fight with anyone and everyone on a daily basis. On Paddaliro not eng nagtidanalli. ನೀವು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ OJP ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟಾ? Good. Story, it's a fictional one, it's an imaginary one that you can give. Understanding? Most of the times when I'm evaluating my essay, this is what people do. Fictional story kottbiಡ್ತಾರೆ. Okay. When I went to my grandmother's place, my grandmother was very sad. Why was she sad? Because the tree which she had seen while growing up from a small plant to a big tree was felled or was cut down. Understanding? Was cut down to lay a road. My grandmother was so sad because that was her identity. Following me? Within a few days, my grandmother died. Hey, don't write like this. If you're writing a fictional story, no one is making you not write a fictional story. Please do write. But when you're writing it, please make sure that your fictional story is simple and at the same time it is interesting. If you can think of any Panchatantra stories to support your hook, that is also fine. Understanding my point? That is also fine. Sometimes they go with this fictional imaginary story, sometimes they go with mythological stories. Understanding my point? I've seen my students write about Dandakaranya. You know what is Dandakaranya? These are dense forests which existed where? Southern part of our India. Am I right or am I wrong? They have even mentioned mythological stories. Okay. But please remember, don't overdo it. Wherever that mythological story is going to be reasonable, only there you use it, not every other place. Understanding my point? So a hook can be a fictional story. A hook can also be your anecdote. Any idea what is an anecdote? It's a real life incident. It can be a political anecdote, it can be a historical anecdote. Do you remember your Indus Valley civilization? Mayan civilization? You both. OJP or non-OJP? Yes, yes. Non-OJP, is it? Okay. Madam, have you studied about IVC civilization? Right. Where were the places of your IVC civilization located? Major places. Haryana, Rajasthan, am I right? Pakistan, yes. When you look at all these places as of now, some of these places, have they retained that forest cover or have they lost it? Lost it. You know, there was a river called as Saraswati. What happened to Saraswati? It dried. And there are some historians who believe one of the major reasons for the decline of IVC civilization was over exploitation of IVC people in terms of their green cover. Are you all understanding my point? That is why they left northwestern part of Indian subcontinent and they moved to your Indo-Gangetic plain in your Vedic period, in your Vedic culture. Am I making sense? So you can start with this historical anecdote as well. That is up to you. Getting my point? Story, anecdote. I've already told you the name of a book. You have your movies. That also I have told you. All right. Another thing is context. In 2024, can you think of any incident that happened where forest degradation was involved? Anything. Or desertification was involved? Anything. From any part of the world. In 2024. Go ahead. Tell me one thing. In 2024, can you think of any incident where forests were degraded, desertification was increasing? Can you give me a few points? Kerala floods, yes, good. Not a bad thing. Wayanad floods, do you remember? We have felled trees in even regions like that and built all your human structures. In 1924, there was a similar event which happened in Kerala. Are you all understanding me? Fast forward 100 years and same thing is happening even now. Following me? So you can start your essay using your Wayanad floods. Not at all a problem. And even in 2024, there was this issue of Amazon forest. Do you remember it? All of you? Yes. What is happening to Amazon forest as of now? Are we conserving it or are we degrading it? Degrading it. You can start with that. Okay. Now, most of the essays that I have evaluated so far based on this topic, they have just gone ahead and they have written about forest on the earth. All right? On the land. But there is also forest below the land, na? Ecosystem, marine ecosystem. People have forgotten to write about it most of the times. Okay, very few people have focused on it. In 2024, was there any news related to the Great Barrier Reef? Yes, almost every other year there is a news. What do we call this issue which is affecting the Great Barrier Reef? Coral bleaching. Am I making sense? They are also lungs of our earth, na? Yes. We can start with this context as well. Following me? Then there is something called as rhetorical. This is one more approach on how you can get the reader to get hooked. Forest precedes civilization. Deserts follow them. Rhetorical question. Understanding my point? Let us say I ask him, what is it that you want in life? What will you say? Clearing UPSC. Right? My rhetorical question to him is this. Clearing UPSC, will it make you happy? He's thinking now. Sir, clearing UPSC, then going to my crush ka home, asking for her hand from her parents, marrying her, then I will be happy, sir. Rhetorical question. The moment I asked him, what is it that will make him happy, he focused on the short-term thing, that is clearing UPSC. Am I right or am I wrong? He believes that will give him happiness, but job usually, does it give people happiness? Depends what kind of job you're doing. Depends whether you're enjoying, whether you're satisfied with that job. Am I making sense? If you look at Bangalore, if you look at Mumbai, if you look at Delhi, if you look at any other major cities, not just in India, across the world, people's income are increasing. Am I making sense? But people's happiness, are they increasing? They're dipping, they're declining. Not long ago, a guy who was fired from his job, okay, from a BPO, he was carrying a knife, right? A conductor told him, to stand properly, not stand on the footboard for his good. He got so irritated, he stabbed the conductor only. Right? There will come a day when I am worried that our students will carry a knife. Right? I say something to me, for me Mahaparinirvana. Stress. Are you understanding my point? What exactly does forest mean to a man in 21st century? Okay, I'm going to start with that. And then I will start answering. Does it mean one thing for everyone, or does it mean different things for different people? Different things. What should it ideally mean for us? That I will be exploring. Getting my point? These are hooks. Many a times I see my students going with fictional stories which are way too complicated, which are way too simplistic. Okay, it doesn't make me so happy. Some other times they go for anecdotes, reasonable. Okay, but those individuals who I have seen scoring 166, 168, these are those people who go usually with books, movies, context. Understanding my point? So you can explore that. Let us say you start practicing essay once a week. 2 essays on Sunday. You start practicing like that. 1 week you go for the first 2 approach. Second week the next 2 approach, like that. You keep on learning. You keep on practicing. You'll get a lot of good content. Getting my point? So forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. I would have started with that book, The Uninhabitable Earth, written by a guy called as David. I will mention the summary or the gist of that book. My hook is done. I've got the evaluator hooked onto it. So first component of introduction is done. Next, I'm going to connect that book to the essay topic in explicit terms. Explicit means what? Direct or indirect? Direct. Following me? How is that book so important for us with respect to this topic? Forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. This book gives us a glimpse of what our planet can be if we do not challenge the present issue and find solutions for it at the earliest possible time. Understanding my point? All of you. Like this. In case I have given an anecdote, let us say IVC civilization anecdote I have given, then I will write my connecting thing like this. When man does not learn from history, what will happen? You tell me. History will repeat itself. It is high time that man learns the importance of forests for our sustenance of life, not only for the present generation, but for future generations. Understanding my point? So I'm connecting my hook directly to the essay topic. Many a times this is missing. Many people write fictional stories which go on for 2.5 pages. Just fictional story. There is no connecting with it. Understanding? That is another second important component. If you're going for a story, this should be there. Anecdote, this should be there. Book, this should be there. Movie, this should be there. Understanding my point? Let us say you have written about that Avatar movie. Do you remember Avatar movie? Yes. So in that Avatar movie, what was that planet that we went to? Any idea? I don't remember the name of that planet. Pandora, na? Gottilla. Okay. So we went to a planet, and when we looked at the forest, how did we look at the forest? Did we look at the forest as a means or as an end in itself? When we humans went to another planet, means. The local people, the tribal people who were living there, how did they look at the forest? End in themselves. You can bring this. And then you can connect it in the present times. In the present times, there are a good majority of people who look at forest from the sole prism of means. Such mindset will slowly erode the probability of our civilization existing. Am I making sense? Following me? Now, is there any part of our civilization which we have not taken care of, and because of it, animals or plants have gone extinct? Can I ask you? There are many grasslands that we have destroyed, many different forest types that we have destroyed. Because of that thing, plants have gone extinct, animals have gone extinct. Am I right or am I wrong? And almost every other year, you hear about something called as man-animal conflict. Am I right? Yes. Which man-animal conflict comes to your mind? You tell me. Sorry, sir? Elephants, yes. Bengaluru leopard bartide. Have you seen that? I don't know whether that leopard can speak Kannada. I have not asked it yet. Come back now. All of you, listen to me. Okay? You can take one of these man-animal conflicts and you can put it in your essay as well. Not long ago, I remember in Kerala, there was an elephant. There were a group of elephants which were going to these farmlands maintained by humans. They were eating it. Papa Oregon gottirutte. How do they know that they have taken loan and everything and they've built it? For them, it is just food. Right? They don't see any EMI there. They just eat it. And if you are the owner of that farmland, will you like it? Absolutely not. So what did these people do? In that food, okay, they kept your firecrackers there. Understanding my point? And unfortunately, along with that food, that firecracker was also eaten by an elephant, a female elephant, if I'm not wrong. It ate that food and that firecracker burst in its mouth itself. Understanding my point? Within a few minutes, it died. Within a few minutes. And what was even more painful was that female elephant was carrying a baby. Understanding? I can use this in my context also if you want. Not long ago, I was watching a video. This, if I remember correctly, was in the forest areas of Assam. Assam, all of you have heard of, right? Assam. Now, through this forest region, a train was passing. Understanding my point? Now, your elephants, do they know that when a train is coming that they have to stop, they have to listen to the noise and everything? They think the train will stop. Am I right or am I wrong? And you know our trains. Almost every other month there is a disaster happening, right? For n number of reasons. Yes. The train collided with the elephant. The train collided with the elephant. The elephant is trying very, very hard to stand up on all its four legs after this collision. Okay. But its hind legs, its behind legs, it has lost its usage. It is trying and trying, but it is falling again and again, again and again. It is screaming in pain. Following me? And our human beings were taking video out of it. Right? And they were also genuinely afraid to go near the elephant. What if that elephant plays football with it? Right? It was trying so much to get up. It could not get up. Eventually, it died. It has also been caught in that video. Why are these man-animal conflicts happening? Forest degradation. Am I right or am I wrong? So you can put this in your connecting statement as well if you want. And then finally, you will write a thesis. What is thesis? What is thesis? It is basically a part of your introduction where you are telling what your opinion is. Understanding my point? Let us say there is an essay topic, the process of self-discovery is outsourced to technology. What is your opinion when it comes to this essay topic? Forget hook, forget connecting things. Just tell me your opinion. Is it yes, in the present times, have I outsourced my self-discovery to technology? Have I? Please raise your hand of those who think yes. Raise your hand. Those who think no. What about others? In the middle ground. This is not your Buddhism class where you have to follow middle marga. Okay. Please have opinions. The process of technology has been outsourced to the process of self-discovery has been outsourced to technology. How many of you think yes? Please raise your hand. Don't worry. Right? I might look like a villain. I'm not going to kill you. Right? How many of you think no? Again silent. Hey, Satprajagala. Right? Come back now. Listen to me. In that thesis statement, you will give an opinion. In the present era, where we are surrounded by digital technology, our identity, the constituents of our identity is determined by the digital world. Am I making sense? In this essay, we will explore the various reasons behind it and what implications it will have. We will also try to figure out how we can reverse this trend in not only the individual interest but also the collective interest of the country or the world. Understanding? Just a trailer. And in my body of the essay, I'm going to discuss my opinion. I'm going to give various arguments. I'm going to give counter arguments. And in the conclusion, if I have proved that I can stand with my opinion in the thesis, I will stand. In case I feel that I can change my opinion based on all the arguments and counter arguments I've made, in the conclusion part, I will change my opinion. Understanding my point? Following it? So a very good introduction will have all these three components. If your introduction is having only a hook, but it is missing this connecting, it is missing this thesis, then it becomes a problem. Since you all are writing, right, as of now, you're all starting your practice as of now, please make sure this thesis is there. Following me? As and when you have written a good number of essays, then you forget thesis. Even if you don't write, it is fine. But in the initial few essays, must and should practice with thesis. As and when you write more and more essays, you can omit thesis. No one is going to give you negative marks. But the first two are most important. And how much should be your introduction? How many pages should it be? 1.5, maximum 2. Not more than that. Understanding my point? All of you. So how to give an introduction for this essay topic? Did you understand? Forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. Which other topic you found very difficult in this essay paper? Tell me quickly. I will discuss introduction for it and then move on to the body of the essay. Sorry, sir? The empires of the future will be empire of the mind. Very good. Now, even on this essay topic, I've had few students of mine writing and showing it to me. Most of them have written from the sole prism of technology. You know technology, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, internet of things. Idane bardidare, all of them. But this mind that we are speaking about is not just your artificial intelligence mind. Understanding? The empire that we are speaking about does not mean creating 5 trillion, 10 trillion or $15 trillion economy only. You in yourself is an empire. Am I right or am I wrong? And you need to have control of this empire that is yours. If you do not have control over your empire, someone else will do it for you. Am I making sense? And for you to have control over your life, what is more important is that you have control over your mind. When you don't have that, how will you control anything else in your life? Am I making sense? The empire of the future will be the empire of the mind. Okay. In my introduction, I will write, this is a universal truth. When I'm writing it as universal truth, is it applicable only to a certain group of people or for everyone? In the present times or also in the past? Also in the future. This is a time-tested universal truth. This is how I'm going to start. Following me? Full stop. After this, what is it that I have to write? Many people usually write about Buddha, Mahavira. Nothing wrong with that. But the thing is this. When you're writing about Buddha, Mahavira, please don't give me those perspectives that others also write. It doesn't make much sense for me. Are you understanding my point? If you're writing about Buddha or Mahavira, give me some interesting perspectives that people usually don't focus on it so much. There are two very beautiful philosophical doctrines in Buddhism. Shunyavada. Have you heard of that? Shunyavada. Shunya means what? Zero. Then you have something called as Yogachara. Understanding? Shunyavada basically means for the people in our life, for the things that we are pursuing, don't assign any value. Understanding my point? Look at them as if they are zero. Following me? Now, just because I have told you that you have to look at things from a zero perspective doesn't mean that you go back home and treat your parents as zero. Not like that. Zero in the sense you're not expecting much from them. You're doing your duties. You're doing your activities. Am I making sense? You're doing it in a selfless way without any expectations. So if you win, good enough. If you don't win, your mind will not be in so much of pain. Am I making sense? All of you. We are living in a world where our mind wants to acquire anything and everything under the sun. Am I right or am I wrong? When we acquire it, we feel happy, but it is very momentary happiness. When we don't acquire it, we are so much pain, we are so much frustrated. Am I making sense? Our mind will not be at peace. And if the mind is not at peace, you cannot have control over your own empire or anything else in your life. But when I do things for people, when I pursue things for myself with this Shunyavada mindset, my mind, will it be at peace or will it still be chaotic? It will be at peace. So I might go for this. Understanding? In your Buddhism also, there is one more very beautiful sculpture, very beautiful event in your Siddhartha's life. Siddhartha was sitting. He was meditating under which tree? Bodhi tree. Now when he was meditating, you have a guy called as Indra. You remember him? He sent a group of army of demons. Now that demons was headed by a guy called as Mara. Following me? That Mara was given only one work. You have to disturb Siddhartha, come what may. Disturb him. Mara came along with all his relatives. They are trying to disturb Siddhartha, but he has control over his mind. Siddhartha does not get distracted, come what may. He is just going on meditating, and is about to attain enlightenment. That is when he kind of does what mudra? Bhumi Sparsha Mudra. Siddhartha becomes Buddha then. Understanding? In the present world in which we are living, distractions are more or distractions are less? What do you think? More. People come me and ask me on almost on a daily basis, sir, my parents are asking me to leave UPSC and take another job. What to do? What will I tell you? You have to decide. Are you understanding my point? People come to me and ask me, sir, I need a timetable, sir. Your life, your time, naan timetable aakbekku. Right? You should have the ability to control your mind. You should have the ability to give a direction to your mind. Others can assist you, but others cannot walk on that road. Am I making sense? So like this. Following my point? Don't go for a technological based introduction because most of the people have done this. Following me? So I will give something like this as a hook. Right? Then I will connect it. When I gave Shunyavada, did I connect it to the present times? Then I will be giving a thesis. What I do believe with respect to that, my opinion is this. The empire of the future is a very one-dimensional picture. The empire of the past, the empire of the present, and also the future will always be determined to what extent we control our mind. It's not just for future, yeah. Come on. Understanding my point? In this essay, we will explore the nuances which determine how much we can control our mind and the implications or the consequences it has for us and the entire humanity as such. Following me? Like this. The empire of the future will be determined by the empire of mind. Have you heard of these books such as Wings of Fire? Who wrote it? Dr. Abdul Kalam wrote it. If you want, you can write it. That's not a problem. Right? But go for these books which might not be so heard of by people. Have you heard of a book called as Ikigai? Kaizen? Right? You can go ahead with this if you have heard of it. If not, let it be. Understanding? Movies. Can you think of any movies which can be linked with this particular essay topic? Please raise your hand and then answer. Movies I'm asking. Globally competitive famous movies. Madam, again don't say Kantara. KGF, huh? Violence, violence, violence. Sir? Okay, you can, but just hold on a bit on mythology. Okay, let us not make it way too much. Right? Anything else? Udan. I don't know the name of that movie, but I understand. Yes. Elephant Whisperers. Good. Yes, yes. Not a problem. But you have to link it. Elephant Whisperer, you have to link it to the essay topic. How will you link it? The thing is that. First forest gate. That is more appropriate there. Okay. The movie that I had in my mind was a movie called as The Pursuit of Happiness. Do you remember it? How many of you have not watched it? Right. Sunday Plan, Pursuit of Happiness. It is a film which has Will Smith as the actor there. In the name itself you have Pursuit of Happiness. Pursuit means what? Pursuit means trying to follow, trying to acquire. Very good. Everyone is in a race to acquire happiness. Am I right or am I wrong? And if you look at one of your essay topic, it is on happiness only. Right? So in that movie, your Will Smith, initially he does not have control over his mind. It is fluctuating here and there, here and there, here and there, here and there. But when his life goes way too much down, his mind gets clarity. His mind knows what he has to do, and slowly he builds himself, and slowly he also gets a good name. He is able to make good amount of money. Am I making sense? Yes. Your Tatas, your Bill Gates, your Steve Jobs, have they built an empire? Now this empire, is it built only on technology, only on financial resources, or was it built based on the mind? Mind. Understanding my point? That is also fine. Common man is also fine. Not at all a problem. For first essay, there is a common man called as Jadav Payang. Have you heard of him? He is called as Forest Man of India. Majuli Islands in Brahmaputra River, near Brahmaputra River, these islands were located. At the age of 16, Jadav goes to this place in Majuli Islands where it is barren, desert. He looks at it and he feels very sorry. When I am saying that he looks at that and he feels sorry, what was he trying to do? Which emotion is he trying to tap into? Tell me. Compassion. He feels very sorry. For the next 40 years, Jadav Payang dedicates his life to make that barren land a forest again. So he brings saplings from a far off place and tries to grow trees there. Are you all understanding my point? And in the span of 40 years, he is able to create not a garden, he is able to create a forest. It was named after him, Molai Forest. Understanding? And in this forest, as of now, if you go, you will find your tigers there. You will find your elephants there. You will find your deer there, and you will find other extravagant flora and fauna also there. Personality like this can also be written. Not at all a problem. So introduction, do you have any issues? This part of your essay, is it understood? If you are quoting one book in first essay topic, the second essay topic, you are not going to touch that book. You are going to write another book. Okay? Don't repeat the books. Understanding? Try to have as many unique references as possible. Okay? In case if you have to reference the same book in that same essay, that is understandable. But don't repeat that uninhabitable earth in the second essay in section B as well. That's not done. Okay? Right. Come back. Any other essay where your introduction was a bit problematic? Tell me. Where you want me to give you the introduction of that essay, feel free to ask. I cannot discuss all 8 essays. You know that, right? 1 hour has been taken away. So I have 2 hours. So this is what I felt the approach should be. How to write an introduction. I'm taking an essay. I'm applying it to as many essays as you want. Tell me one more. Where do you want me to apply this introduction strategy? Look at it. Madam, what's your name? Hina. Which essay topic do you like in section this 2024 paper? Completely? Beginner, is it? Okay. Even if you're a beginner, there must be one essay topic that you connect with. You haven't seen. My friend behind. What's your name? Shashank. Tell me, Shashank. What essay topic do you like there? Ondeda. Philosophy andre. If you look at your 5th essay topic, I think it is about social media, right? What is that? They have given something called as FOMO. What is FOMO? Fear of missing out. Come back, listen to me. And they've also mentioned something called as loneliness and depression. Am I right? If you go to Netflix, there is a very beautiful documentary called as Social Dilemma. Have you watched it? In case if you have not watched it, please go ahead and watch that Social Dilemma. I'm just going to give you a gist of Social Dilemma. There is a small girl there in Social Dilemma. She's just around 13 to 14 years of age. That is it. Now children who are 13 to 14 years of age, what do they usually have these days? We did not have it. What do they have? Mobile. That too a smart mobile. Am I right or am I wrong? And in that smart mobile, every app will be there. Instagram, your Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, everything will be there. And these days you have seen people, they will just go to have a cup of coffee. Adradu image irutte. Drinking a cup of coffee. Why should I know? What value is it adding to my life? Keep it to yourself. But still people do that, na? They will go to Starbucks. Overpriced coffee it is. Starbucks, on that cup they would have written their name. They would have taken a photo of that Starbucks, right? And they would have put up a status. Wow, what a coffee, you useless fellow. They will go to a temple. All right. Behind them you will have beautiful sculptures. Madarika and everyone. They will stand like this, as if they have had stroke. And then they will put a photo. Don't write all these things. Just telling you. Why are they doing all these things? Sorry, sir. Social. Hey, nangu gottukono. What is the real reason behind it? Happiness, is it? Is that so, madam? Right. Go a bit deeper. Their happiness is connected to what? Is it connected to things which are long-term sustainable, or is it connected to things which are short-term? Short-term. You, not I'm saying you in specific, madam, you as in generation, you have connected your happiness to the likes that you get, to the comments that you get. Am I right? And if you are not getting that likes, if you're not getting that comments, if you're not posting a photo almost every other day, you fear as if you're missing out. You fear as if you're not happy in life. Am I right or am I wrong? Right. I am a guy and I look like this. If I post a photo, hardly I will get any likes or comments. This is applicable to most guys. Yes or no? Right? But there are certain people, if they post, I am feeling very worried. 100 likes within 2 minutes. Why are you liking that statement? Come back now. That fear of missing out, is it there or is it not there? Yes. So this girl, 13, 14 years of age, in that Social Dilemma documentary, it's based on a true event. She was posting all these photos. with your duck pose and everything. Understanding my point? But she was not getting that likes. She was not getting that comments as much as she wanted. She was a very good, outgoing girl. A small girl she is. 13, 14 is still small, yeah. She was not getting that like. She was not getting that comments. Her relationship within the family itself became a bit strained. When they were having food together, and when she checks her mobile and her mother scolds her, she gets angry with her mother. Her mother had never seen her own daughter like this. But still her mother did not think much about it. And it went on like this. One day, when she had posted an image with all your filters, you remember filters? Sorry, yeah. That guy who came out with this idea, he should be put in hell. Right? Instagram filter and everything she had used. And someone had commented in a very bad way. Body shaming, you know what it means, right? Bad comment. She was unable to bear that bad comment. She went into a deep depression. As it is, she was lonely. She was getting isolated from the outside world, from her own family. She was lonely. And when she saw this comment, it hurt her so much that she attempted suicide. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. You have so many viral trends which social media has made famous. I saw this very irritating viral trend called as blue whale syndrome. Do you remember that? Yes. There was one more where this was the worst thing that I have seen, where people are licking that commode that we use. Have you seen that? Yes. What kind of mentality should you have to get likes like this? Am I making sense? Yes. There were viral trends where people got out of their car for a few seconds and they started to dance. A useless fellow. So if I am writing an introduction for this, I will go with the documentary Social Dilemma. I will connect it to present times. I will mention what Madam mentioned, happiness. In social media, happiness, you are connecting it to things which are very short term. The likes, the comments, the dress that you wear, the filters that you use, doesn't make you happy. It makes you miserable. It makes you lonely, right? You might have thousands of friends on your Facebook, Twitter, and whatever it might be. But if you ask these people, are you happy in life? Do you have friends in life? Very difficult for them to tell. Am I right or am I wrong? Understanding? Then I will give a thesis statement. But all of you, did you understand this introduction strategy? Right. Let's move on to the next one, sir. Let's move on to the next one. It's your body of the essay. Yes, sir. Sorry? All ideas having large consequences have a simple solution. Good. If you have any request, please do go ahead and tell me. That's not a problem. All ideas having large consequences have a simple solution or a simple beginning. What is the exact term that I have used? Are always simple. Fine. So I told you about two books. One was Ikigai and the other one was Kaizen. Has anyone read this book, Kaizen? Kaizen. This book, as far as I remember, is written by an individual called as Sarah Harvey. Okay? Sarah Harvey. Now, what exactly is this Kaizen philosophy? Listen to me. Have you heard of a company called as Toyota company? What do they usually manufacture? Automobiles, na? Cars. Very good. Now you know, Japan was severely hurt during World War II. Am I right or am I wrong? It was severely hurt. It was trying to rebuild itself, and in the process, multiple companies came into the picture. One such company was Toyota. Now back then, in the world market, in the global market, Toyota was not doing so good. They were losing business to other automobile makers. Am I making sense? Now they had to change this. They had to change this. They had to become major players at the global level. If not, their company would have shut down. Am I making sense? Yes. How did they bring a changeover from that Toyota which was losing customers left, right and center to now Toyota which has such trust, which has such customer satisfaction? Am I making sense? Even in your Afghanistan, your Taliban likes Toyota, right? Because they are so reliable. The customer service is also good. Customers have put so much of trust. The brand value, this is a last consequence. Am I right or am I wrong? So what made Toyota, which was failing a couple of decades ago, win like this? It was the philosophy of Kaizen. In Kaizen, what people usually do is this. They will make a list of all their challenges. Understanding my point? Challenge number 1, challenge number 2, challenge number 3, challenge number 4. Are you all understanding my point? And they will work on finding solutions to this challenge in not a drastic way. You know what is drastic? All of a sudden. In Kaizen philosophy, you are trying to overcome your challenge in incremental ways. Kaizen says very simple, make incremental changes in your life on a day-by-day basis. This will make sure that you achieve good amount of progress in your life. This Kaizen philosophy was applied by Toyota. They identified their challenges and they started working on their challenges by making incremental changes on a day-to-day basis. This was the philosophy, one of the philosophy which made Toyota to what it is as of now. So whatever dividends, whatever profit Toyota has made, how did it all start? With something which is very complicated or with something which is always simple? Tell me. Simple. So this is how I will write, sir. Kaizen philosophy. Understanding? Next, if you have any request, go ahead and tell me. Any other essay topic for which you want me to give you an introduction? No, right? So let's go to the body of the essay. And here, I want to take this one essay topic about happiness. Tell me the name of that essay topic, please. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. Right? Good. Now look at this one. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. In your ethics paper, you would have heard of these two terminologies called as instrumental values and terminal values. Have you heard of them? Instrumental values are like tools. Now when I asked him what is it that he wants in his life, he told me, sir, I want to clear UPSC examination. And even if he becomes an IAS or an IPS, it is an instrument. It is nothing but a means. It's an instrument that he is having. Using this instrument, he is trying to pursue terminal. Terminal means beginning or end. This terminal is nothing but happiness for some people. Some people want content, satisfaction in life. Are you understanding my point? Some people want peace. All of you are following me? So I want happiness in my life. You also want happiness. Most of the people will want happiness in their life. Who will want pain? If there is anyone who wants pain, please raise your hand. Let me see your beautiful Devdas face. No one is there like that, I hope. Come back now. Now the moment we want happiness in life, what does society teach us? Society teaches us, if you want happiness in life, get into a good school, LKG, right? You have to get into a good LKG school by paying lakhs of rupees to get in there. Then join a good school. Along with going with school, in the morning, do pursue a hobby. In the evening, go play some sport. Right? Do anything and everything other than enjoying childhood. Am I right? Then get into a good college, your PUC. You remember the lies which were told to us? 10th ಒಳ್ಳೆ marks ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಡೋ ಸಾಕು, life settle. I scored good in 10th. Then they told me score good in your second PUC, life settle. I did that as well. Then they told me get into a very good engineering college. Fine, I did that. Now they told me other things. It is going on, continuing. Some people chase that happiness based on the societal notion that you have to walk in this path. Only then you will get happiness. Am I making sense? In that movie 3 Idiots, you have this principle. First nahi aoge to kuchal jaoge. My Hindi is very bad. Okay, it's a South Indian Hindi. Sarina, if any one of you has a problem, go deal with it. I don't care. Come back. Okay. He says if you do not come first, the society will not respect you. So here he is creating a path that you have to be first. Am I making sense? Then you have people, this scam. You remember there was a series. The series was based on whom? Right? What was his path to happiness? What did he want? Which path did he walk to get that happiness? Shortcuts, money. Then you have our Vijay Mallya. Nodal Vijay Mallya fan idana agle alle. What was the path that he walked, sir? Pleasure. Every which way possible. That useless fellow used to borrow money from State Bank of India to invest in his business, but he invested that in his parties. Nani pennu kodalla State Bank of India alli. Right? And they gave him so many thousands of crores. Anyways, come back. Understanding my point? All of us want to be happy, but the problem is this. As we start on moving, we are told, this is the route in which you will be happy. You have to earn this much of money every month to be happy. All of you are understanding my point? You have to have a home which is 3-floor, swimming pool irbeku. Okay. All these kind of things. You have to have a car which is an Audi or a BMW. Right? This is not happiness. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. Whatever you are walking on as of now, your path is UPSC preparation. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Find happiness here. Okay. Let us say I am a municipal worker and I am cleaning roads. Are you understanding my point? Many of the people in India consider that as a very lowly job. Am I right or am I wrong? But what if I as a municipal worker, I am enjoying that job. I am doing the best that I can and I am happy in that job. If a guy who is in IT and is making some, let us say, 6 or 7 lakh per month, understanding my point? He is making 6 or 7 lakh per month, but he is unhappy because he does not like the job that he is doing. But on the other hand, you have a municipal worker who is doing his work, he is enjoying it, he is happy with it. Right? What kind of happiness do you want? That 6-7 lakh per month kind of happiness or the second one? In the long term, the second one. I know you will take 6-7 lakh, let's be honest. But after a few years, if you have lived a life which has been designed for you by others, you will not accumulate happiness, you will accumulate regrets. Am I making sense? All of you are understanding? This is what I will be discussing in the body of my essay. I just gave you an overall bird's view. Understanding my point? So what will I write? How will I write my essay? How will I structure it? Look at this one. Okay. How will I start doing it? First one, I will start writing about happiness. What it means to others and me. Understanding my point? Second, I will write how that idea of happiness is inbuilt in us by society. Right? All of you are understanding. What do your parents say? What is their idea of your happiness? My friend in the green color t-shirt, sir, what's your name? Nike, yes. Lakshmikanta, right. Your parents want you to be happy or sad in life? Happy, na? Yes. What is their version of happiness for you? You get a job, huh? Yadaru, na? Sorry? Yes, sir. Any job? Good. Government job, I feel. Come back. After you get a job, what will they say? Where are you from, Lakshmikant? Vijapura, sir. Yes. Get a job, then get married. Amele. Have kids. Amele. Build a home. Amele. Go to your grave. Society is defining it for you. Am I right or am I wrong? Yes. Many people chase happiness these days. Listen to me carefully. Many people chase happiness these days through your drugs. Am I right? Through Red Bull, alcohol and everything. Ecstasy, MDMA. You all have heard of that? I also have heard of that. I have not used it. Don't look at me like that. Come back now. When people chase happiness as per the views of others, they will regret it. To overcome that regret, to overcome that pain or unhappiness, they will tend to divert their mind to these things, which in itself is very good or it is very problematic. Very problematic. You all have heard that India's ranking in Global Happiness Index, is it good or is it bad? Bad. I'm not going to compare our happiness to Pakistan. That is secondary. I care about ourselves. Right? Our Prime Minister says 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 15 trillion. Hey, what is the use of all that money when we are not happy? What will I do with it? Are you all understanding? We are living in a country where per capita income is increasing, but at the same time inequality, is it increasing or is it reducing? Increasing. How do you expect people to be happy? We are living in a country where savings is going down. Am I right or am I wrong? Loans are increasing. Almost every other day I get a call from some loan company asking, sir, do you want a loan? Madam, will you give me a loan without any interest rate? Can I keep it for myself? Sir, please don't call. Please don't waste your time and my time as well. I keep saying them. Again they will call. Right? Here they're trying to push happiness. When I say, sir, I don't want any loan, madam, I'm happy in my life. Sir, in that money you can buy a new car. Madam, it's over aglilla. Right? Consumerism. Have you heard of that? Yes. You would have bought a TV. The TV would be good. Forget TV. You would have bought a mobile. That mobile would have been good. It would have been just 1 or 1.5 years old. That is all. But some new edition will come where size would have increased just a bit. Camera resolution would have improved just a bit. But still you want it. Have you seen it? Apple phone. Right? Whenever there is a new Apple event going on, some new mobile comes out, people will be standing in line since midnight, right, to get their hands on that Apple mobile. What is that big rush? So you got Apple now. How much of happiness did you get? Please tell me. Understanding? Rather than getting happiness, you are getting into the grip of consumerism, which is making your economic life more stressful, more anxious. Am I making sense? All of you, come back here. So I am going to write idea of happiness by society in the domain of education, in the domain of our social life, in the domain of jobs and everything. In education, these days, happiness for parents is basically you scoring more marks. Rank number 1, top 100, top 10. Am I right or am I wrong? But what is the use of it? when you yourself are not enjoying what you're studying. Understanding? You remember in our country, research and innovation, is it very good or is it very bad? Let's be honest. It's bad. Because most of the people, they do not want to get into research and innovation because they would have put so much of efforts into getting into a good college and everything. All they want to do in life is to make money. Not all, but most people. Am I right or am I wrong? How will the country be happy when there is no research and innovation to solve some of the problems that we have as of now? So I'm going to define what is idea of happiness in the present society. Then in the third part, I'm going to write the repercussions or consequences of this notion of happiness which is pushed on to us by society. Following me? What will be the repercussion? I just told you, research and innovation will be less. You might get into drugs and alcohol. You might get addicted to these things. Following me? When you're not happy with your job, when you're not happy with the relations that you are in with, that is when you will have this extramarital affairs as well. Am I making sense? Almost every other week I keep reading this. A husband killed his wife, chopped off her body. Woman did the same thing. And my mother says, get married. No. I'm happy. Understanding my point? Come back, repercussions. Next part, I will write, how is it I'm going to reorient my mind to find happiness in the path in which I'm walking. Getting my point? In the path in which I'm walking. I might be a teacher, you are a student, some might be a municipal worker, right? Politician, whatever it might be. The path that you're walking, there you should find happiness. Following me? There is a very beautiful book called as A Man's Search for Meaning. Okay, A Man's Search for Meaning. Barkodi, Daivittu. A Man's Search for Meaning. It is written by a guy called as Viktor Frankl. It is written by a guy called as Viktor Frankl. Okay. Right. Now listen to me for a few minutes. Viktor Frankl, when he wrote this book, A Man's Search for Meaning, he was a Holocaust survivor. You know what is Holocaust survivor? You know what it means? Right? He was in that Nazi prison camp. Fortunately for him, he was not killed. Your USA, your allied forces, they freed him. When you have gone through that Nazi prison camp and you have seen your own people die, you subjected to such inhumane problems, what do you think will happen? Will they be happy? Will he be happy? No. But you cannot live on this planet where every day feels like a burden. Are you all understanding my point? So he is trying to find that happiness, but he is not getting it. But eventually he finds. And he writes what helped him to find that happiness. One thing which helped him to find that happiness was embracing that suffering. All of us are suffering in our life, in our very own ways. Even Mukesh Ambani is suffering in his own ways. But on any given day, I will take his suffering. Right? But let it be. Everyone suffers. You have to embrace this. When you embrace this suffering, that will give you the strength, that will give you the clarity to find happiness in the path that you're walking. Many people don't want. Many people look at this suffering and they think that this is a major obstacle or hindrance in their life. No. Those suffering will improve your personality. Right? Some of you would have taken foundation courses either here or anywhere else. That doesn't matter for us. When you have taken that foundation course, in day one, in your class, you will see a good amount of people. 7 months down the line, will you have the same number of people, or many of them would have left? They would have left. Why? Because UPSC is suffering. They will again come back after they watch this film where a guy became an IAS officer. I forgot the name of that film. Can you tell me? 12th pass. Fail, sorry, I have not seen the movie. 12th pass or fail? Obba hedro. Fail, is it? Okay, I have not watched that movie. Alright. One student came back to me like that. Sir, I had left the UPSC coaching. Now I am coming back. I asked him why. Sir, I watched that movie. Full motivation, sir. I asked him, who is your crush? In the 12th fail also, I think there was a crush that he had, right? Yes, yes. Sir, my crush also watched it, and she was the one who motivated me to come back again. Hey, useless fellows. Right? Embrace your suffering. Right? Embrace it. If a movie motivates you, good. That's not a problem. But you cannot depend on movies and people for motivation, that it should come from within you. Embrace the suffering. That will help you to find happiness in the path that you're on. That's one thing. He also writes one more thing. We have to surround ourselves with people who add value to our life. Understanding my point? Who add value to our life, we have to surround ourselves with such people. When you're surrounding yourself with fake people, with toxic people, whose prime responsibility is to bring your confidence down, is to bring your self-esteem down, you will not find happiness in the path in which you're walking. Understanding me? So if your boyfriend or girlfriend says that you become a government officer, only then I will marry you, let go of them. Right? If you are finding happiness in the field in which you are in, pursue it. And pursue it without any embarrassment. Surround yourself with people who give you that confidence, who give you that self-esteem. Are you all understanding my point? That is important. Not what I am saying. Who is saying it? Viktor Frankl, who has written a book called as A Man's Search for Meaning. Happiness in the path. What could be the other methodologies through which I can bring this mentality, finding happiness in the path that we are in? Can you think of any philosophy? Can you think of any psychological insights that I can do here as a mechanism to find happiness in the path that I'm walking? Let us say you're all UPSC aspirants. You're walking in the path of that UPSC prep. You have to embrace the suffering. You have to surround yourself with good friends, good faculties who push confidence in you, who give you the necessary constructive criticism when it is required. Two things are done. What kind of psychology, mind will you develop to stay on the path? Will you be optimistic or will you be pessimistic? You have to be optimistic. You have to believe at the end of this preparation cycle, there is light at the end of the tunnel. But when you have that pessimistic mind where everywhere you are seeing negative things, you have pessimism, and on top of that you have sicken. Sicken is ultimate level of pessimism, ultimate. Understanding my point? When you have such pessimistic mind, you cannot stick to a path. You will keep on changing, keep on changing, keep on changing. Have you seen that? Some of your friends, they have something called as ADHD. What is ADHD? Attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Nilladela one place alli. Today they will be doing a job, after a few months another job. Am I making sense? Their mentality, their psychology is a bit different. Because they are unable to find that happiness in whatever they are doing at that moment. Following me? Have an optimistic. Then another thing, from an emotional intelligence perspective, who gave the concept of emotional intelligence? Daniel Goleman. Am I right? Prior to him also you had emotional intelligence concept, but this guy made it popular. He brought a lot of academic interest in emotional intelligence. It has various components. One component that I like very much is self-awareness. What is self-awareness? You having a knowledge about what your goals are, you having a knowledge about what your values are, you having a knowledge about what your strengths and weaknesses are in life in a sincere way. This is self-awareness. Now, if you have to walk a path and find happiness in that path, you need to be self-aware. And do you think most of the people who are changing from one path to another path to another path on a daily basis or a monthly basis, whatever it might be, they have that self-awareness? No. All of you are understanding my point? So like this, in the body of my answer, I am going to structure it. Do you see some logical angle here? Yes. Like this, you can add few more things if you want. Now let us say India is walking a path, right? What is that path? Are we a developed country or a developing? And even in developing country, we are poor. Let us be honest. Okay, $1 trillion and everything, it is good for attracting the attention of people. We are still poor, acutely poor. There's still 300 million population living in poverty, am I right? So many millions of people in multi-dimensional poverty index. Be honest, yes. Like this, our country, will it become Mahan? No. So we have to walk a path. We have to embrace that suffering, and we have to walk a path where we are reducing that poverty. Understanding my point? So when I am walking this path, am I walking alone or am I with so many people? So many people. And here there is a philosophy called as care ethics. Understanding? Care ethics is nothing but compassion, empathy, not only for yourself and your relatives, but for everyone. So when I am walking on the path, I should have that care ethics towards others, that love, care and compassion. If I don't have that, my country will not be truly sustainable or inclusive. Am I making sense? The path that our Prime Minister has given us is your Vikshit Bharat. You remember it? 2047. Our Prime Minister is very good with all these taglines. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. Next, what is it? Prayas. Give him one more term, he will add one more. Right? But it's good, good dialogues. So when I'm walking on that path, I should not only care about myself, but also all other fellow Indians. Am I making sense? Getting my point? So I'm writing one more point where I'm writing happiness as a path for our country till 2047. Whenever I discussed these things, did I just give you an argument or did I give an example to justify my argument? Examples. Did I bring psychology? Did I bring philosophy? Movies, books, case studies? That is what is required. Following me? And there is something called as coherence. Any idea what is coherence? It should have a meaning. It should not be very abstract. Abstract, your Nityananda, me in you, you in me, everyone in us. That is non-coherence. Don't be like that. Whenever you're writing your paragraphs, there should be a meaning that I should be deriving from it. When you're transitioning from one paragraph to another paragraph, you have to transition in a good way. You should not jump abruptly. Understanding? So what some people do when they're moving from one paragraph to another paragraph, at the end of the first paragraph, they will give a question. All right, a journalistic way. For this question, where will I find the answer? Next paragraph. When they're moving from one dimension to another dimension, again, you have to make the transition in a good way. If not, again, it becomes problematic. Understanding? I cannot go to such depth because I've been given 3 hours, right? 2 hours, technically speaking. So this is what I'm telling you. Did you understand? There is no path to happiness, semicolon, happiness is the path. Even after knowing this, do you think people will follow it? Why? Why? Why will people not follow it? You know that happiness is something that you have to explore. You have to discover for yourself, but still you're unwilling to follow it. Why? People don't have courage. Good. People do not want to sacrifice. Am I right? And people care what others think. Am I right or am I wrong? There is a saying in Hindi, Sharma ji ka beta dekho. Beta dekega to beti kaun dekega? Come back now. But people, people, they view their happiness again from the prism of others, which is very wrong. Be happy in your own skin, how much ever imperfect it might be. Be happy with the path that you are walking, no matter how much of suffering and challenges you might face. Because all these challenges, all these sufferings, they come so that it improves your personality. And this is not the first one that they're giving on this philosophy. A ship in harbor is safe, but that is not what ship is made for. Every large consequence will always be having a simple solution. In 2021, if you go and open your essay paper, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. This was also given. Social media, they have given before as well. Are you all following me? The best time to repair a roof is when? When the sun is still shining. There are few essay topics which you can write. Forest, they have given before as well. You have to bring the points. Understanding my point? So give me one more essay topic which you think is difficult for generating the content in the body. Go ahead. The doubter is a true man of science. Do you doubt people, madam? Sometimes, is it? Are you doubting me? Don't know yet. Right. Very smart answer. Come back. I teach art and culture as well, for those who don't know. When I teach art and culture, there is a school called as Nastika school. And in this Nastika school, you have a philosophy called as Ajnanis. Understanding my point? Now, Ajnanis, they were called by historians as radical skeptics. Radical skeptics. Why were they called as radical skeptics? Because they used to question each and everything. They used to question Hinduism. They used to question Buddhism. They used to question Jainism as well. They used to doubt everything. Nothing wrong in doubting. So, sir, why did they were called Ajnanis if they were doubting which was good? They were called as Ajnanis because not for doubting. Doubting is fine. But they were failing to give a solution. Sometimes like your Hindu newspaper, right? Criticize, 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 criticize. Solutions will not be there. Even if it is there, it is very minimal. Am I right? That's why I shifted to Indian Express. This is my humble opinion. I don't have any share in Indian Express. Come back now. Right. So, madam, if I am writing about this, so I will talk about this Ajnanis in the first part of the body of my essay, and I will write them starting to doubt. It made people question their beliefs. Understanding my point? When you make people question their beliefs, they will try to search for rationality. Right? I've seen people, the moment there is a cat which passes them in front of them, that too a black cat, what will they do? They will stop. Thoo, 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 thoo. Right? If they're traveling in a car or whatever it might be, they will switch it off, again thoo, thoo, thoo. Right? That cat should also do the same thing to you. Two fellows. Come back now. When you make people doubt, when you make people question, that rationality will come into the picture. The superstitious beliefs will go out. I am a man of faith. I also believe in God. But that does not make me a man who is going to believe in superstitious beliefs. Right? My mother says, put that ring on your finger, good things will happen to you. Beda. Why? Do you think my happiness will be determined by a semi-precious stone which I am putting on my finger? Nothing of that sort. No? My happiness is in the job that I do, in the value that I create for myself and also for others in the society. Am I making sense? Make people doubt. Have you heard of Socrates, madam? What's your optional subject? Sociology. Socrates, when he was living in your ancient Greek, he used to go from person to person and he used to ask people questions, nothing more than that. If this person said democracy is the best form of political system, Socrates used to ask, why? Because that is there in the NCERT. Forget NCERT, why do you think? Because people get power. Then Socrates used to ask, what if the people are irrational? What if they vote on religion, caste, sex, gender, what all narrow parameters we have? Then the person would be scratching his head. Yeah, he is correct. And look at the leaders that you are electing. Scam, mail, scam, scam, mail, scam. Am I right? There is a very famous state with the chief minister where there is a Lokayukta case going against him. Am I right? And the proud chief minister says that he is not going to resign. I will not name him because I am afraid for my life. Come back. If I criticize, what will government do sometimes? File cases against me. Am I right or am I wrong? Some cartoonist in West Bengal, he made a cartoon about a lady chief minister there, Mamata Banerjee. Cartoon nodidira tane. Every day in newspaper you will have it. Yeah, that lady got irritated and put him in jail. Jai Mamata Didi, just in case. Come back now. That's wrong. Okay. Socrates used to make people question. He used to doubt everything. When he made people question, when he made people doubt, they came to know that the democracy that they had in the ancient Greece was corrupt. Following my point? They had elected corrupt leaders. Do you think the leaders over there, they liked it? No. So they wanted to punish him. They told him, if you do not stop talking, we will punish you. But Socrates was a guy who had courage. He went on that path. For him, that path was happiness. He went on, he questioned. Leaders, at one point in time, they had enough. They gave him poison and they killed him. Hemlock. Following me? That doubt is required in everything. Not only in science, it is required even in religion. Swami Vivekananda, have you heard of him? Swami Vivekananda is a guy that I truly adore and I respect and try to follow him and his teachings in my life wherever possible. Swami Vivekananda once famously said, whatever scientific methods you apply in religion, in scientific field, in terms of collecting data, then applying evidences, are you all understanding my point? The same scientific methodologies should also be applied to religion. Understanding my point? The doubter is a true man of science. Right? If I am starting, I will start with either Ajnanis or Socrates or both. Then I am writing why doubting is so important in our life. Understanding my point? Why doubting is important? Why questioning ourselves is important? It is the doubt which is a fuel to push the civilization further. Am I right or am I wrong? It is the doubt which makes discoveries possible, which makes inventions possible. On whose head? Apple fell. Newton. Do you think before Newton, on no one's head, anything fell, is it? Something or the other would have fallen. But they did not think about it much. They just took that apple. They ate it. Newton thought, am I right or am I wrong? He pushed the boundaries of human knowledge. Fast forward, you have a guy called as Einstein. Do you remember him? Einstein doubted that Newton's theory is not perfect. So when he doubted and he came out with his own theorem, what happened? Other rules got added into your gravitation. Understanding my point? It keeps on pushing. In our country, you have STEM education. You know what is STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We want our people to get into STEM as much as possible. We want the ratio to be very good. Am I right or am I wrong? You have so many IITs, IIMs, you have so many engineering colleges which are quite good, RV, PESIT, whatnot. But in these colleges, are we making people doubt? Are we making people question? No. Because there is a stigma from our school days itself. If you ask a doubt, you are called as Doubt Raja, Doubt Rani. Do you remember these pet names? Yes. And if you ask a doubt, the teacher is not open-minded and very constrained, the teacher will come back and scold you. Am I right or am I wrong? This also has happened. Following me? That doubting has been stigmatized, which is a major problem in our country. Understanding my point? I will write why doubting is an important aspect of life. The second point, what will I write? How we see this doubting in the present times. The third, what will I write? How can I change it? Is it possible to change it? What is the steps that I have to go for it? And the next thing that I will write is doubt should be balanced, should not be extreme. If you're doubting anything and everything, at a moment's notice, you will always be anxious, you will always be depressed. Am I right or am I wrong? You should manage your doubt. Following me? And here when they are saying the doubter is a true man of science, are they meaning only your science and technology, or they also mean your political science, your economics, your sociology, anthropology, everything you can bring here. You have a very vast canvas. It is also a beautiful topic. Did you understand, madam? Right? Any other essay topic which you found difficult to generate points in the body of the essay? Tell me. Anything else? Look at your essay topic. So what's your name? Not you, sir. Yellow nodidinalla ninna. Batch 2 na? Right. Last ವರ್ಷದ ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ನೆನ್ನೆ ತಾನೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಲ್ವ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಈ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬರೆಯತ್ತಾನೆ ಇವತ್ತು. He has a test today. Skipped it and he has come here. ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ? ಓಕೆ. ಎರಡು ತಗೊಂಡ ಒಂದೇ ತಗೊಂಡ? ಪ್ರಿಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಮೇನ್ಸ್ ಎರಡು ತಗೊಂಡ? ಬರೀ ಮೇನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ. Do write it. Come back now. Now introduction body, you have a fair idea. Am I right? What is the third one? Conclusion. Okay. Come back here. In conclusion, ideally it should be 1 page length. 1 page. In half of the page, you will usually write the summary of that particular essay topic that you have written. Summary. Let us say I take the doubter is a true man of science. So what all summary that I will write? Imagine I've written 2 pages on the importance of doubting and I've given examples. Doubt is that force which fuels, right, the progress of a civilization. Understanding my point? If I have done that before, again, in the earlier pages, I'm not going to use the exact words. I'm going to use different words. Doubt is that tool which pushes the extent of human knowledge, something of that sort. In the next section, I have written how doubt is looked at in the present times. I would have written doubt is stigmatized. Am I right or wrong? Doubting is looked from a very narrow perspective, which makes people not to question, but rather accept in a blind and passive manner. Are you all understanding my point? So from every section, I will be taking the major summary and I will be writing half a page of summary. Understanding my point? In the next half of the page, what will I write? I will write the most important reason why the evaluator probably would have asked it. The most important reason. Forest precede civilization, deserts follow them. Why do you think your paper setter has asked this essay topic this year? Why not last year? Why not next year? Why this year? You tell me. What could be the most important reason? Sorry, sir? Forest fires, right? Global warming, fine. Right, listen to me now. Humanity is at crossroad. You know what is a crossroad, right? There will be path A, path B. You're standing in that junction. Humanity is at a crossroad where it has to take action. Not 10 years after, not 15 years after, but now. The time is now. And this action requires not only efforts of the government and other countries, but collective action. Am I making sense? So like this. Right? This is importance. There is one more thing. There is one more thing. In the next half of the page, you can ask rhetorical. Again for the same thing, forest precedes civilization, deserts follow them. Understanding my point? How will I give a rhetorical ending here? Man is obsessed with going to moon and finding water there. Man is obsessed going to Mars and colonizing it. Hyphen. Nothing wrong with it. But what happens to Earth? Question mark. When we are systematically destroying everything, will there be any life in future to even go to moon or Mars? Understanding my point? You're ending it in a rhetorical way. Let us say that happiness ka essay topic is there. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. I've written about all these things. But what if you're born in a bonded labor family? How can I teach him to find happiness in that bonded labor system? Are you understanding my point? How can I tell a lady living in a red light area to find happiness in the occupation that she is doing? Understanding? Yes. That is rhetoric. You will pose a question which will make the evaluator think. Understanding my point? Rhetoric. The doubter is a true man of science. Right? What will be the rhetoric here? What will be the rhetorical point that you will write in the second half of the page with respect to the doubt? The doubter is a true man of science. Okay? Encouraging doubting without giving freedom and flexibility to be curious, to be imaginative, to be creative doesn't make any sense at all. Are you understanding my point? Keeping this in mind, construct a rhetorical question and then write an answer. Following me? That is one more way. Another way of writing a conclusion. What will you do? What will you do? What should society do or other stakeholders with respect to that essay topic? Understanding my point? Come back here. Let us say they have given an essay topic, forests precede civilization, deserts follow them. What will you do to conserve forest? You tell me. From your perspective as a common man, not as an officer. What will you do? Sorry? Plant some trees, fine. That is okay. Other than that, donating amount for NGOs, good, not a problem. If I was writing it, I probably would have written, we have to look at forest and every other resources that is there on the planet from a compassionate perspective. We should look at it as an extension of our life. Understanding? And there is a moral responsibility on our part to ensure that these resources are also available to our future generations. Are you understanding my point? So, incremental changes to achieve these things. It can be not using personal vehicles where public transport suffices. It might be encouraging gardening as a hobby in our homes. All of you are following my point? These things you can write. That is up to you. So for introduction, how many approaches have I given? Just few or quite a few? Quite a few, I hope. In body of the answer, I have told you how to structure it. Every argument should be justified with example. Value addition should have books, movies, psychology, philosophy. If you can make a counter argument for an essay, go ahead and do it. There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. Can I counter argue here? I can. So wherever there is an essay topic where you can go for counter arguments, be bold and go for counter. Not at all a problem. Sometimes you can change your path and find happiness elsewhere as well. Babar, do you remember him? He wanted to capture a region called as Fargana. That was his ancestral property. He waged many multiple wars, but he could not capture Fargana. Right? He never had his eyes on India. Never. But people called Babur to come to India to take care of a guy called as who? Ibrahim Lodi. That was when he came towards India and life had a different story for him. Am I right or am I wrong? You have heard when one door closes, what will happen? Another door opens. What if even that door is closed? Break open it. Kick open it, whatever it is. But keep on moving. Understanding? So we had 3 hours, but that 1 hour got in one another way. We did not get usage of it. 2 hours we have done. If you have any doubts, please do let me know. Right? In this given 2 hours, I tried to cover as many topics as possible from different perspectives. Any other essay topic you want me to discuss in detail, introduction, body and conclusion, tell me. The doubter is a true man of science, you have to tell. Nothing. So was it useful? Pakka? What will you do now? I know you will go and have your lunch, that is secondary. But every week, please do start practicing essays. Alright? And at any given point in time, you have any question with respect to essay, feel free to contact me at my Telegram ID. Alright? Yes, that's my name. Thank you. Thank you. Any doubts? My friend in the yellow color t-shirt, any doubt? You are asking all your doubts to him. Where are you from? Adikyan hai. He is also from there. Right? Telangana or Andhra? Right. Look at you both. Best friends over there from start of the class till now. What doubt are you asking him? Why Katappa killed Bahubali? How will him studying affect you? There is one more here. Sorry? Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. You have one more class now or do you have a break? Go have your food and then come back. Always positive, sir. Always. Try to be optimistic. Okay. Even if you have identified a challenge, all right. Just next to the challenge, give an optimistic note. Not all is lost. As long as human perseverance is behind constructive actions, solutions can be found. India as a country has been doing it in terms of fighting global climate change and being the true Vishwaguru like this. Okay, good. OGP or non-OGP student?